Test 1, 2, test 1, 2. Bienvenue, Jérôme.
Good morning, everyone. We'll get started in about a minute. Good morning, everyone, to today's special meeting of the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, December 1st. I'll ask the committee coordinator to call the roll, please.
Councillor Kitts.
Here.
Councillor Luloff.
Good morning.
Councillor Skalski.
Here.
Vice Chair Kelly.
Present.
Chair Brown, you have quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Chris. This is a special public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and or zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 3.1, 3.2, and 3.5 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those specifically identified in the Planning Act who make oral submissions today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on the 10th of December 2025, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none. The item 3.1 zoning bylaw amendment 5651 First Line Road. We do have staff here today, Cass and Derek. There is no staff presentation. We do have 2 requests to speak on this item. However, we don't have any written submissions. So we have Jill McDonald and Carl Fernie who have signed up to speak. If it's the will of committee to approve this item today, do the delegates still wish to speak? Are they online?
Oh, good morning for you, Mr. Chair. Jill McDonald with WSP, attending with the applicant, Mr. Carl Fernie Minto. No issues with that. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Jill. The report recommendations are that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 5651 First Line Road, as shown in document 1, to permit the development of phase 4 of the draft approved plan of subdivision, and to rezone the adjacent watercourses and woodlots, and to amend schedule 404 to the bylaw as detailed in document 3, and that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee approve the consultation details section of this report. Before I ask if the item is approved by committee, I just want to say that there was some confusion on this file that through this plan of subdivision, the city would be rezoning some of the environmentally sensitive lands in the woodlots for development. And I appreciate the planner on the file verifying that that's not going to happen. In fact, we're adding protections through this plan of subdivision, and I just wanted to make sure that was on the record. So is this item carried? Thank you very much. The next item is 3.2 zoning bylaw amendment for 6371, part of 6387 and part of 6409 Perth Street. We do have staff here, Derek Moody and Adam Brown, to speak to any questions committee may have. There is a staff presentation should committee wish it. However, I don't believe that'll be required, but I am going to ask the vice chair to read in the technical amendment first.
Thanks, Chair. Whereas the property at 6387 Franktown Road has a subordinate address of 6387 Perth Street. And whereas the property at 6387 Perth Street is subject to the zoning bylaw amendment outlined in this report. And whereas document 1 location map / zoning key map in the report inadvertently omitted the property at 6387 Franktown Road / 6387 Perth Street, be it resolved that document 1 be replaced with the map attached. Be it further resolved that pursuant to subsection 3417 of the Planning Act, no further notice be given. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I just want staff to confirm that no substantial changes have occurred with the technical amendment. We're just simply correcting an error.
That's correct, Chair.
Thank you very much. We do have 2 delegates signed up to speak, Scott Alain and Miguel Tremblay and Susan Murphy. If it's the will of committee to pass this today, do the delegates still wish to address the item? Thank you very much. And I will just say that with the significant expansion of the village of Richmond that we've seen, one of the challenges that we're starting to notice are the urban style parking restrictions and challenges with accommodating all of the folks moving into the new community. And I've had several very positive conversations with the applicant in the lead up to today. One of the concerns I've raised, and it's been raised at this committee previously, is that lack of available parking. I know the applicant has committed to having a constructive conversation moving forward as additional phases come online, both with my office and city staff. So I appreciate that very much. So the report recommendations are that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for part of 6371, 6387, and part of 6409 Perth Street, as shown in document 1, to permit the first phase of development of a residential subdivision with townhouses over the subject lands as detailed in document 2. And number 2, approve the consultation details section of this report. Is this item carried as amended? Thank you very much. Originally listed on our agenda was item 3.3 zoning bylaw amendment 7628 Fluellen Road. The applicant has withdrawn this item for a future committee date. I will say though that I hope this matter comes forward at our next meeting of ARAC in 2026 so we can finalize this application. The next item is 3.4, 1500 Thomas Argue Road, request for municipal support confirmation for a proposed battery energy storage system. We have staff here from our Strategic Initiatives Department, Debbie Stewart and Nicole Hoover-Biniash. There is a staff presentation if committee wishes to receive it, and we have 3 requests to speak on this item. There are no written submissions, and the vice chair has a motion he wishes to introduce at this time. And then we'll hear from our speakers. So go ahead, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Whereas the City of Ottawa has previously entered into host municipality responsibility agreements with third-party project proponents who provide funds related to community initiatives in recognition of the project's effects on local community. And whereas the host municipality responsibility agreements generally provide for the city to determine how to allocate and disperse funds provided by the third party in order to respond to community needs and ensure accountability and transparency with eligible community initiatives, often identified by city staff in consultation with the relevant ward councillor. Therefore, be it resolved that staff, in the event this project proceed, be directed to request that the proposed West Capitol Power Capacity Project proponent be encouraged to enter into a host municipality agreement with the city of Ottawa, consistent with other host municipality agreements previously entered into by the city, through which the proponent would provide an amount of at least $1,000 per megawatt per year, with the goal to achieve a higher amount if possible for a period of not less than 20 years. The finalization and execution of such agreement shall be approved by council with recommendations to be provided as to the allocation and disbursements of such funds. Be it further resolved that staff be directed to provide city council with an update on the status of the request of the proponents by way of memorandum within 3 months following the issuance of a contract by the independent electricity systems operator for the West Capitol Power Capacity Project, and to bring forward the committee and council approval any draft host municipality responsibility agreements negotiated with the proponents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Would committee like the presentation from staff or would like to go straight to delegates? Is the presentation short or? Sure. All right, thanks, Nicole. Following the presentation, we'll go to delegates.
Alrighty. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of committee. So I'm Nicole Hoover-Banash, the Director of Climate Change and Resiliency Services. I'm joined today by my colleague, Melissa York-Conway. She's a senior planner with our team. We're also joined today by our colleagues, our fire chief and our colleagues within fire services and our colleagues in planning services, should members of committee have questions for them. So the purpose of today's report is to seek committee direction on issuing a municipal support confirmation for a proposal to develop a 20 megawatt battery energy storage facility at the CARP Airport located at 1500 Thomas Argy Road. The proposal is being put forth as part of the provincial long-term 2 energy procurement process that's being led by the provincial independent electricity systems operator. Next slide, please. So as a reminder to members of committee, the province's long-term energy procurement process is securing new electricity projects to meet future demand across Ontario, including to meet Ottawa's needs as we continue to grow as a city. The province is looking to bring new electricity projects online in 2 different ways. So the energy stream, they are procuring about 2,000 megawatts of new projects that need to be up and running by 2030. And just to put that into context, that's roughly enough electricity to power between 1.5 and 2 million homes per year. And these are mainly renewable energy projects such as solar and wind. Then we have the second stream, which is the capacity stream, where the province is looking to procure between about 500 and 1,000 megawatts of projects that need to be up and running by 2031. And again, to put that into context, that's about enough capacity to meet the annual electricity needs of roughly between 375,000 and 750,000 homes. And this particular stream, this is looking for technologies that provide backup power and reliability, such as battery energy storage, hydrogen, as well as natural gas. Today's report relates to the capacity stream, where project proposals are due to the province by December 18th of 2025. And the municipal support confirmation is part of the submission requirements. But just as a reminder to members of committee, this is a non-binding, does not replace any future permitting or approvals. This is the way for the city to indicate that we generally support the type of energy project at the location being proposed. Next slide, please. Just as a brief refresher, in response to the provincial procurement process, the city has put in place a protocol to ensure that critical steps are taken before council receives a request for municipal support. So this is a process that every proponent or energy proponent is required to take. They first must meet with staff, the ward councillor, notify nearby residents, and hold a public information session so that the community can learn about the proposal and ask questions directly. And after completing that engagement, they're required to provide that summary to the local ward councillor, to staff as well. And based on that review, staff bring forward a recommendation on municipal support for committee and council. And really this process is to help ensure that due diligence, transparency, as well as clear opportunities for community input before council considers a request for municipal support. And with that, I'll now hand things over to Melissa, who will walk through at a high level the details about this particular proposal.
Thank you, committee members. Can we have the next slide? Okay, thank you. So this is just a quick overview of the proposed battery energy storage system. It's located in the area of the Carp Airport. You can see it's in the northeast section of the site. It's on undeveloped land, which is planned as part of a future industrial business park. On the right side is a concept plan showing the outline of 20 proposed 20 megawatts battery energy storage on 5 acres on a concrete pad with 16 containers and a transformer. Within the official plan, the designation is rural countryside, and it's part of a area-specific policy related to the Carp Airport. And the zoning is air transportation facility. You can go to the next slide. This is a quick summary of the proposal, just showing the location of the site and the size. The intent of the project is to provide 8-hour long duration energy storage. The proponent is West Capital Power, which is a subsidiary of West Capital Developments, who own the property. The type of technology is called aqueous flow type storage, which is used with water-based electrolytes versus other types of electrolytes. And the intent is to store surplus energy from the grid and then discharge it back when the demand for energy is high. There's also a proposed solar project on this property that received a municipal support confirmation this fall. And those are complementary but independent projects. There was a community information session held on November the 19th, and comments were generally in support, but with questions about the technology, the potential impacts on land and the surrounding community, fire safety, and system operation. There is a transcript of that meeting available on the project's website. And we can go to the next slide. Staff are recommending that the request be granted for this capacity project, as it conforms generally with the policies in the official plan. It's not situated within prime agricultural areas, and they have fulfilled the requirements of the protocol process. Successful proponents are expected to be announced in the spring of 2026. And we expect the projects to be implemented by May of 2030 when they come into commercial operation. And they will be subject to development approvals should they be successful. This completes the staff presentation. If you have any questions, we'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. We'll go to delegates first. So I'll ask that Angela Keller-Herzog, no stranger to committee. You can lead us off, Angela.
All righty. So good morning, everybody. Always nice to be here. Somehow it feels more friendly than City Hall. So I have a presentation that will pop up momentarily, no doubt. So I think most of you know me. I'm Angela Keller-Herzog with the Cafes Network. Next slide, please. Cafes focuses on the municipality of Ottawa, including its rural, suburban, and urban issues in environment and climate. Next slide, please. So for this project, our recommendation is that the ARAC committee should grant the municipal support confirmation. Next slide, please. So why do we support this project? We feel that having more battery energy storage strengthens the local energy resilience. The project meets the long duration storage needs for Ontario grid identified by the ISO in this LT2 procurement. We feel it's an appropriate site. It uses already commercially deployed duration storage technology, which is non-emitting, evidently, and also, as staff mentioned, supported in the community consultation process. So it looks to us like the environment and safety risks are manageable and will be addressed during the site plan approval process. Next slide, please. So in terms of the technology, we did a little bit of research. We're seeing that this flow battery technology has been commercially deployed, usually in small projects, and its multi-year operating experience has demonstrated reliability, and it's a growing segment in the long duration storage market. Next slide, please. So in terms of the siting considerations, one observation I would like to share is that Cafés does not believe that energy projects inherently belong only in the rural area. Consider gas stations across Ottawa. Gas stations are energy storage, right? They're flammable, they're toxic, and they're sited in urban, suburban, and rural sites. Citing principal use best should follow a grid logic in terms of proximity to transmission and distribution lines. That's what makes sense. The positive aspects of this project are that it is not on prime agricultural land and no wetlands or woodlands are impacted. So that's a plus, definitely. And also having the advantage of being near the airport with emergency response capacity. Next slide, please. So the main safety considerations with this liquid battery are going to be around the liquid containment. So the spill control, the secondary containment, and the engineering pads. And we feel that city development staff must be resourced to evaluate this emerging clean energy technology and its risk when staff are asked to do the site plan control work. Next slide, please. Actually, that's the last slide. I think I have extra time. I just want to give a shout out. We support entrepreneurship. We support innovation in clean energy technologies. And it's kind of cool that it's not just in China and it's not just in Canada North, but it's in CARP that we're having some entrepreneurial and risk-taking muscles being exercised. So that's excellent. And we have talked a lot about environmental risks, but I think we should all also appreciate that these proponents take on considerable risk in terms of like private risk, financial risk, and the ISO asks them to put down like significant bid securities. So we're very happy to see that this kind of entrepreneurship is also happening in CARP. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. Are any questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any. Thanks so much for coming out today. We have a group delegation, Josh, Andrew, David, Robert, and Alan from West Capital Power. I don't know if they're online or in the room.
We are here. We're prepared to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Thank you. But no delegation, Alan?
We don't have a presentation or anything that we need to say today.
Perfect. Well, what I'll do is I'll go to the next speaker, and if there are questions, we'll come back to you. Thanks so much. Don Spruill is the next delegate on this item.
I just want to say very quickly that I do support this proposal, and I do want to point out that in the RFP LT2 phase 2, the duration of the batteries has to last up to 8 hours versus LT1 with some of the existing systems, it's only 4 hours. And so this battery flow technology can accommodate 8 hours of duration, which increases the resiliency. But there are other things that are going to be bid. In fact, in Napanee, the phase 2 BESS will propose a 200 megawatt 8-hour battery, and they'll be using lithium iron phosphate battery technology as well. So this is a good sign that there's an increase in the duration of the batteries that are being proposed in the Ontario grid. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Don. Don't run away. Any questions for Don? Not seeing you. Okay, you can run away. Thanks so much. Are there any questions for the applicant? Vice Chair?
I'll ask these just to reiterate these points because I think they're important and exciting for me as a representative and for the community where this is being proposed. Because location has been quite a topic of discussion when it comes to other battery energy storage systems. So I was wondering if someone from the applicant team could clearly indicate where this falls. I believe it's in a industrial area between commercial and industrial.
Thanks, Clark. I believe Josh is there from our group. I see him stepping forward now. So Josh is part of West Capital Development, and I believe he can respond to your question. Thanks.
Yeah, so this is actually part of our phase 2 business park, which is draft plan approved, and we are working towards registration right now.
And just in terms of the location itself, so on one side you've got industrial, on the other side you have commercial, is that correct?
Yeah, so on one side you have industrial, on the other side would be the core airport.
Okay. And none of what you're installing here and plan to operate in the future will have an effect on the airport, that's correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then can someone from the applicant team describe this particular technology and how it works? The way I understood it during the meeting on the 19th was that it's essentially water that gets pushed between two containers.
Yeah, that's a good high level sort of way of doing it, of describing it. Why don't I introduce Robert Koblinski from our team, and Robert can speak to the technical aspects of this technology.
Yeah, high level, the best way to describe it. So it's an electrolyte within a tank, and keep in mind there is a primary tank and then there's a secondary containment tank. So, and the secondary containment tank is for just in case of leaks, which is 120% of the volume of the primary tanks. It's an electrolyte that has a vanadium ion within that solution of the electrolyte, and pumps push the electrolyte through cell stacks for charging and discharging. And again, I think the big part of this is, first of all, the technology is very good at longer duration batteries. So not like, it's not for 2 hours, but for 8 hours, it works quite well. But more importantly, no presence of, concerns about thermal runaway, fire, explosion, or anything that's linked to solid state lithium batteries that you've seen in the past.
So would it be your opinion that this is much more stable than a lithium ion or a lithium ion phosphate system?
It's exceedingly more stable than those.
Thank you very much. I am supportive of a municipal support confirmation. We've gone from resolution to confirmation. You always got to stay on your toes in this job. I think this is the right location. It's the right technology, and the applicant is right. Josh, thank you for being here today. When I say the applicant is right, what I mean is that they're actually members of this community. They live in the adjacent community, I think a few hundred meters away from where this is being proposed. So I think that goes a long way in terms of convincing the community and the representative that this is a project that is worth supporting. So I want to thank you for doing that. The only thing I will say that I'll reiterate is that I do believe the meeting could have been held a little earlier. So maybe in the future, we could look to get ahead of that. That will come as no surprise to anyone who's watched these meetings over the years. But I am supportive of the project. I think it's the right type of technology and in fact, what members of our community have been asking for when it comes to other battery energy storage systems. So thank you. And the last thing I will add is that this is but one of many examples of strong entrepreneurship and risk-taking in West Carleton Marsh. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. We'll go to questions to staff now. And before we do, I just want to note that we do have correspondence on file for this item from Emily Hunter. So that's been filed on the shared drive. Are there any questions to staff? All right, not seeing any. So thank you very much. The report recommendation reads that the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee recommend that council grant a municipal support confirmation for the purposes of satisfying the mandatory requirements under section 4.2C of the LT2 C-1 RFP, which does not supersede any applicable permits or approvals under applicable laws and regulations that may be required for a long-term energy project to a proposed battery energy storage project known as the West Capital Power Capacity Project and located at 1500 Thomas Argue Road in Ward 5, West Carleton March, as shown in document 1 and as summarized in document 2. First, I'm going to ask if committee will carry Vice Chair Kelly's motion. So is the motion carried?
Carried.
Thank you. And is the recommendation as amended carried? Carried.
Carried.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much to staff and the delegates today for coming out. I think we're down to the main item on the agenda today, item 3.5, zoning bylaw amendment for part of 2555 Marchhurst Road and part of 2625 Marchhurst Road. We do have staff here and we have a presentation. So I'm going to ask Jazz to come forward. We'll have our presentation. We'll move into delegations and then we'll go back to questions to staff afterward. There are 40 delegations today. And so before staff start their presentation, I'm going to do my best as chair to make sure we stay on time and keep delegates to their 5 minutes. I'm going to give everyone a 1 minute warning, and then I hope you'll be finished when the counter reaches 0. If not, I'll ask you to wrap up in about 10 seconds or so. I just want to be respectful of everybody's time and make sure we get through all of the delegates today. I'm also going to say that I think we had a very successful meeting when this was before committee last time, and I want to make sure that we replicate that success. So I'm going to ask that there are no cheering or booing from those gathered in the gallery, that we remain respectful with our comments, and we're going to do our best on this side of the table to make sure that your concerns are heard. So with that, I'll turn it over to staff for the presentation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. I'll just wait for the presentation. So my name is Justine Brar. I'm a planner 1 on the Rural Development Review Group and here to present this zoning bylaw amendment application for part of 2555 Marchhurst Road and part of 2625 Marchhurst Road to permit a principal use battery energy storage system or BESS facility. Staff are recommending approval of this application. Next slide, please. Specifically, the zoning bylaw amendment is for the South March BESS project. The current project is proposing 256 BESS containers on a lined gravel surface, a substation and control building area, and a stormwater pond. There will be a transmission line to connect to the Hydro One corridor that is located towards the rear of the site. Noise walls and berms are proposed for noise attenuation. A new 8-meter wide gravel access road from Marchhurst Road is also proposed, which is not a part of the rezoning area to permit the best use. A part of the water course on site is also proposed to be realigned as part of the proposal. Some current site information. There is an existing residential dwelling and storage structure at 2625 Marchhurst. A Hydro One transmission corridor easement runs through the rear of the 2 parcels. The water course, of which a portion is to be diverted, runs from the southwest corner to the northeast of the property. Both properties contain portions of forested or vegetated areas. The property also includes a cattle pasture and a mixed grass clover pasture used for feeding livestock. The surrounding properties include agricultural lands, low-density residential uses, and environmental protection areas. Next slide, please. Within Schedule B9 of the official plan, which is the rural transect, the two properties 2625 and 2555 Marchurst are designated rural countryside and also contain a portion of green space designation to the south. The 9-hectare portion proposed for rezoning is designated rural countryside only. The purple circle shows the approximate location of the rezoning within the rural countryside designation. Next slide, please. Again, in purple is the approximate location of the proposed rezoning as shown on Schedule C11A, showing the natural heritage system. The back of the subject lots contains the natural environment area sub-designation shown in red, as well as the natural heritage system core area in the hatched pattern. Within this area, there are significant wetlands further from the property, shown on the schedule in blue. The natural environment area also contains areas of natural and scientific interest, including the Carp Hills and Carp Barrens. Shown in light green is the natural heritage features overlay. Additionally, please note that smaller natural heritage features not shown on the schedule are also accounted for and evaluated through the environmental impact study. Next slide, please. This is a picture of the aerial view from GeoOttawa. The circle shows the approximate area of the proposed rezoning. The red line is the boundary between the rural countryside zone and the environmental protection subzone 3. Next slide, please. This is an excerpt from the plan of survey that was submitted with the approximate 9-hectare portion of the properties to be rezoned in green. The second picture is an excerpt of the site plan submitted showing the full extent of the two properties and the proposal. It also shows the water course to be realigned to the west of the property, again to drain into the existing pond. Next slide, please. This is just a quick view of the site plan. Next slide. Another closer view of the site plan. This is the initial site plan provided for the zoning bylaw amendment. The site plan is finalized through the site plan control application through the review of more detailed plans and studies. We have received an application for site plan control, but it has not yet been deemed complete. Next slide, please. The zoning bylaw amendment, if approved by council, would change the zone for a 9-hectare portion of the larger site from rural countryside to rural general industrial exceptions zone 961R to allow BESS as the only permitted use and to reflect the industrial size and nature of the proposed BESS facilities. Limiting the footprint will help ensure that the remaining natural heritage features on site are protected and limit opportunities for future expansion of the BESS use to keep the scale of the facility in line with the rural countryside designation. Next slide, please. The ZBA demonstrates that the site can be made appropriate for the proposed use with detailed design and mitigation measures secured through the site plan control application. The proposed rezoning aligns with BPS policy Section 2.9.1C to support energy conservation and efficiency, and 3.8.1 to provide opportunity for the development of supply, including energy storage systems to accommodate current and projected needs. In accordance with Section 4.1 and 4.2, the proposal must demonstrate no negative impact on the long-term protection of natural features and areas, including significant wetlands, significant woodlands, wildlife habitat, and areas of natural and scientific interest, as well as surface and groundwater features. Energy uses are not listed as a human-made hazard. However, the use shall not create unacceptable risk to health and safety. Next slide, please. The proposed facility aligns with the policies of the official plan as the rural countryside designation permits non-public principal use bus. The scale of the proposed bus is limited by the recommended zoning area. The proposed setback to existing residential uses is greater than the 150-meter minimum required. There was also an initial noise control options assessment submitted to demonstrate that the current noise wall option can mitigate noise to sensitive land uses. A more detailed assessment is required for site plan control to ensure that the final noise attenuation is acceptable. In accordance with section 4.9.3, the proposal demonstrates the appropriate setbacks from surface water features, including proposed realigned portion of the watercourse will be established. Section 4.8.1 and 5.6.4 of the official plan require no negative impacts to natural heritage features and to protect the integrity and connectivity of the natural heritage system. In addition, in accordance with section 4.8.1, the city can take a no net loss approach with respect to forest cover outside of the urban area and designated villages. The details and findings of the initial EIS submitted for the ZBA will be further reviewed as part of the required site plan control application. Through the preparation and final acceptance of the environmental impact study as part of the required site plan control application, the proposal must demonstrate that the above official plan policies related to natural heritage features, natural heritage system core area, and surface water features can all be met. The property is within the highly vulnerable aquifer in the Mississippi Rideau source protection area. In accordance with section 4.9.5, for highly vulnerable aquifers, best management practices are planned to help protect groundwater supplies. Next slide, please. We received numerous comments from the public. The following is a list of some of the topics, the public feedback during the formal circulation. A number of considerations for the emergency response and hazard mitigation analysis were submitted. There was opposition on the location of this facility in the rural area and proximity to houses, natural heritage features, and agricultural uses. Concerns for groundwater protection with being within the highly vulnerable aquifer, surface water quality and quantity concerns, including appropriate setbacks and enhancements for the realigned watercourse and flooding, concerns for the protection of natural heritage features and functions, including species at risk. With a lot of these concerns, the members of the public pointed out the preliminary nature of some studies, plans, and reports for the purposes of the zoning bylaw amendment versus the site plan control. Some commenters pointed out what they believe to be errors, omissions, and inadequacies for consideration of a zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. Based on the submission requirements for the zoning bylaw amendment, the applicant has demonstrated that the site is or can be made appropriate for a BESS facility. In summary, the zoning footprint limits future expansion and allows some flexibility in the recommended zone to finalize design details through site plan control. A site plan control application is required. The approval of the site plan control application will require submission of the detailed design and further review of required plans and studies to finalize design. This includes additional review of the emergency response plan by Ottawa Fire Services. The recommended zoning is to rural general industrial exception zone to reflect the more industrial nature of the facility. Next slide, please. That concludes my presentation. I'm available to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for that presentation. We are going to go to delegations, but I noticed a theme in many of the correspondence we received. And so, Mr. Brown, can you talk to the committee about how the planning team manages this file, who's on it, and how you manage it as the development review manager for rural?
Yes, Mr. Chair, through the evaluation of any planning application such as a zoning bylaw amendment, there's a series of experts, subject matter experts that are circulated and involved in the review process. On a file such as this, that would involve, of course, the land use planning team that sits before you here, reviewing engineers internal to the city, our colleagues over in Ottawa Fire Services who have expertise in, of course, the emergency management side of things, the Conservation Authority. Sometimes it's traffic, though traffic is not really a focus of the issue of the application before us. But there are a series of experts that become involved and provide their expertise in the evaluation of any application of this type of complexity.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to make sure we had that on the record before we start with delegations, because I want to assure that, assure residents that it isn't just one individual who looks at this. It's a team of experts. And so we can always pull upon those different resources. So thank you very much for that. We're going to start off with Angela Keller-Herzog to get us rolling again on this one. And next we'll go to Ray Colati and then Courtney Argue Giordano and then Nick Giordano. 5 minutes. The floor is yours, Angela.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brown. And voila, there's my slide presentation. Next slide, please. And yes, I am still with the Cafes Network. Next slide, please. So the recommendation from the Cafes Network is that ARAC approve the zoning bylaw amendment for the Marchurst Best project application. This will enable the project to proceed to detailed site plan control where technical, safety, environmental, hydrological, and noise protection studies and measures can be finalized. Next slide, please. So the considerations that underpin this is we understand that electricity demand is rising in step with the economic development of Ottawa. The 250 megawatt Marchurst BESS will be the largest clean energy project in Ottawa. We understand that BESS technology enables clean but intermittent renewable energy and reduces reliance on fossil fuel gas, i.e. the gas peaker plants. BESS increases the local resiliency of our grid, and here in Ottawa, we're very far away from the main Ontario nuclear power generation. Because the energy from the BESS can kick in during peak load, BESS also reduces the cost of energy, i.e. we don't have to build as much new energy generation. And this is really important when we're looking at an affordability crisis and the prospect of steadily increasing hydro bills. Lastly, the renewable energy generation facilities are supported by Ottawa's official plan and for building a more livable, healthy city. Next slide, please. So in terms of the siting consideration then, BESS is permitted in the rural countryside. And as I mentioned in my previous delegation, we think that this BESS should be allowed in urban, suburban, and rural areas of Ottawa. The site is adjacent to a Hydro One transmission corridor, so the energy project siting needs to follow this grid logic, and this makes sense. It avoids prime ag land, wetlands, and for the most part, woodlands. The siting decision should not be driven by misinformation or fear. And we feel that energy project proponents should not try to take residents and neighbors by surprise. So in terms of the process for this project, I think we got off to a really bad start. And I think that there's a lot of lessons to be learned from this large project. Next slide, please. In terms of the safety measure considerations, we understand that Ottawa Fire Services has already been engaged and must approve the emergency response plan, and that there's capacity to assess the technology. The groundwater protection, we understand the proponent has made significant changes to strengthen groundwater protection in their proposal as this process has gone on. And we also understand that there will be a noise wall, that setbacks exceed 150 meters. The project will not be visible from the road, and that fire events are extremely rare at utility scale BESSes for lithium ion projects. Next slide, please. So again, the full site plan control is going to have a full environmental impact study in it. And will, as our planner colleague here has told us, ensure that there's no net negative impact on the natural heritage environment. We understand that any project will have a negative impact, and we need to look at the relative impact. And we feel that this project on a relative basis is mild. The community benefit funds can be used for species and habitat conservation in West Carleton if the community and fund governance agree. Next slide, please. So in terms of community input, the technical work is not finished. I think that there are still, if there are points from the community, and the community has been very diligent in reviewing the technical studies, I think that there is still time to enter these points from the community. And I think that overall, we should have our eyes open. Breeding mistrust, anger, misinformation, and fear-mongering between Brookfield Renewable and the anti-BESS group is not really aligned with local beneficial outcomes.
I'll just get you to wrap up, Angela.
Yeah, people need to sit around the table and talk. And what the objective is that we should have good neighbor relations for this 20+ year project. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues, so thank you for delegating today. Ray, I think you're online and you're up next, so you have 5 minutes.
Thank you.
When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Raymond Colati. I'm a certified specialist in civil litigation, a barrister, and I've been retained by a group of objectors, all of who live near the proposed BESS facility. In the 5 minutes allotted to me in this delegation, it's not possible to cover in detail all the flaws of the proposal, the lack of meaningful public consultation, failure to comply with provincial policy statements, respecting rural lands and municipalities, or the flawed way in which this zoning bylaw amendment has been brought forward. I can only do this in a very high level, and I'll attempt to do that in the 4 minutes or so that I have remaining. First, the proposed 256 industrial scale battery energy storage system is fundamentally incompatible with the rural character and land use policy for this RU and EP3 zone. This development is not compatible with the rural landscape and supported by rural level services. It is a large industrial use, 256 containers of lithium ion batteries, and it is not typically supported or serviced by a local countryside setting. Second, fragmenting agricultural lands with industrial zoning undermines long-term agri-food uses and in rural and economic sustainability. Third, any development in areas with significant wetlands, woodlands, and unevaluated wetlands must demonstrate no negative impacts. This proposal purports to divert a natural watercourse and build near sensitive wetland habitats without sufficiently completed studies. Fourth, the industrial scale lithium battery energy storage system presents risks of chemical off-gassing, thermal runaway, explosions, all threat to public health and safety. Allowing this proposal to go forward exposes sensitive lands to these hazards. These risks are incompatible with nearby family homes, family farms, sensitive wetlands, and groundwater recharge zones located within the site. Next, there is no proof that adequate water, stormwater or emergency response infrastructure exists to safely manage such a BESS failure in a rural context. Next, major infrastructure of an industrial type uses are expected to be designated to settlement areas and employment lands through coordinated planning, not to be sited by default on rural lands without demonstrated justification or servicing capacity. Next, there are several key studies still in preliminary format as identified in the staff report instead of technical reports, and it's all being deferred down to the next site plan control stage. But without those completed studies, We contend that this application is premature. As an example, the continual addition of materials in the few weeks leading up to this hearing undermines the public's right to review and provide meaningful comment. The public has no right to engage in the site plan control process. It's a black box as far as the public is concerned, and the public cannot challenge assumptions made in that site plan approval process. Deferring these studies to the site plan control stage deprives the public of meaningful input and participation in the planning process, which this is. The rezoning targets acres of aquifer areas for intensive impermeable surface coverings, which risk long-term groundwater contamination. The introduction of this facility interrupts ecological connectivity and threatens species dependent on nearby wetlands and woodlands. It requires tree and soil removal, introduces impermeable surfaces, and increases heat reflection and fire risk in a vulnerable area.
1 minute.
I'm done. Thank you.
There you go. Giving us a minute back. Thanks so much. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Vice Chair.
Yeah, just one very high level question, Raymond. Thank you for being here. And I've heard, many residents of the community talk about the preliminary or incomplete status of some of the documents and studies in the zoning bylaw amendment application. Would you be, how much more comfortable with the project would you be if those studies were complete at this time?
Much more comfortable. If they were complete and addressed these, that's why we say this is premature and should be rejected. It would at least satisfy the persons who are most directly concerned and will live closest to this facility that adequate studies have been done up front and not be deferred to a later time.
Thank you very much, Raymond. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm not seeing any other questions, so thank you very much for coming out today.
Thank you.
Next, we have Courtney and Nick, and I'm assuming Nick's close by, Courtney. So
yeah, we each have a delegation. I have a 5-minute video to the dot. So if Chris could play that, we're in Exuma right now. So I'm just going to enjoy the view of the ocean while you listen.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Hi, counselors and neighbors. My name is Courtney Argue. I'm a registered nurse with experience in health and safety, community health, and emergency preparedness. I may not come with a flashy title. However, I do assure you that staff don't have to verify my credentials have ever been revoked, because I assure you they haven't. What I do bring is honesty, expertise, and a deep concern for people this project will affect. Let's talk about the healthcare system you're about to place under further strain because of a poorly cited and politically driven project. In healthcare, a code orange is when a disaster overwhelms resources. Beds are cleared, patients are discharged, and decisions are made that no healthcare worker ever forgets. I remember sitting in a trauma conference as a young nurse and asking the question, but what if we discharge someone and they die or a poor outcome occurs? Where the presenter simply plainly stated, people die in a disaster. Whether they're indirectly or directly involved, people die. This is the reality of strained systems. The best way to prevent these kinds of collapses is preparation. Proper training, proper resources, mock scenarios, access to specialists, and informed decision-making. Moss Landing showed us exactly what happens when these things are missing. It exposed that they had a healthcare system completely unprepared to handle them. This isn't Moss Landing, but dismissing these lessons while evolution boasts about learning from them is irresponsible. As counselors, you may not fully grasp the weight of your role. So let me put it in plain political science English for you. You have lives on your hands. Your decision on this project will affect far more people than you realize. If something goes wrong, it's not just firefighters responding. It's EMS, nurses, doctors, housekeeping, police, social workers, PSWs, just to name a few. I've stood beside my colleagues in a code orange before. listening to a patient phone ring over and over and over, legally unable to answer it to tell them that their loved one is dead on the table. That code was caused by one bad decision. And then we have Evolution's emergency planning. Sending people 28 kilometers to a clinic that isn't accepting new patients and doesn't take walk-ins. Bypassing a level 1 trauma center and sending trauma patients 400 kilometers away. This isn't planning. This is negligence. Their documents were supposed to be truthful and genuine. Best guess was information anyone could have Googled and done better. On June 11th, signaled that it was open season. You have a planning department with no best experts, a council swayed by disbarred engineers and intimidated by political officials, a province that silences residents, staff who can't provide an updated planning primer because they don't understand Bill 5, and a promised consultation period that was nothing but a horse and pony show 6 days ago. All of this could have been avoided had you listened to the countless residents who warned you about the poor siting of this project. Warnings you disregarded. You have backed yourselves into a corner, and it is the residents, near and far, who will face the consequences. And no, I don't expect you to apologize. With an election on the horizon, many of you will be long gone when the impacts emerge. So hear this from just a registered nurse. My words may mean little to you now, just as they have every other time that I've stood here. But after today, you won't be able to hide behind rushed meeting dates or pop-up motions or complete disorganized incompetence. Your disregard has only strengthened us. As you can see from the list of speakers, we have announced that it is truly open season for residents to finally say, enough is enough.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues, but I remember seeing Nick's hand next to you there, so we'll.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nicholas Giordano, and I live 2 properties away from the. Hi there, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Okay. We weren't sure about connectivity, made a video, so feel free to play that, and it is also 5 minutes long.
Perfect, thank you.
My name is Nicholas Giordano, and I live 2 properties away from the proposed BEST site. I'm here today to speak firmly in opposition to this zoning amendment. This industrial-scale utility development is being proposed on active rural agricultural land used for dairy cattle grazing, witnessed from my property, hay forage production, demonstrated by the hundreds of hay bales visible from Marchurst Road, and small-scale maple syrup production known to be performed by the owner of the land. These uses reflect exactly what the City of Ottawa official plan says rural lands must be protected for: agriculture, natural systems, low-intensity land uses, and rural character. Placing an industrial-scale battery energy storage system in the middle of this environment does not conform to the official plan's rural area policies, which explicitly require the city to maintain rural uses, protect agricultural functions, and safeguard groundwater and prevent incompatible industrialization of rural landscapes. This obvious incompatibility is further magnified by the site's proximity to the Carp Ridge provincially significant wetland and its location on the Carp Ridge aquifers, a critical groundwater source that nearby farms, homes, and livestock depend on. Despite the sensitivity of this area, the proponent has not tested any surrounding wells. I know this because I live 2 properties away. They have never approached me, never tested my well, never established a baseline for seasonal aquifer safety. They also did not provide evidence of collecting a full year baseline air quality or noise data, nor have they committed to transparently sharing any monitoring data going forward. The only commitments they made were verbal comments at a town hall with no binding mechanism ensuring they will ever follow through. A second concern Major concern is the absence of a detailed operational plan. The zoning application contains few details on operational expectations, including 24/7 on-site monitoring, emergency notifications of nearby residents, incidents, near miss, and complaint responses for nearby residents, maintenance requirements across their equipment. They outlined in the report one monthly inspection, drastically underwhelming for such a complex and vast installation. And staffing levels to support the installation remain variable and non-committal. For a high-risk installation, this is not a small oversight. It is a fundamental failure to demonstrate due diligence for safe operation. Adding to this, the proponent, Evelyn or Brookfield Renewable, neither are certified from what I could see as recognized quality management standards, such as ISO 9001, 14001, or 45001. Instead, they rely on the city to ensure their documents meet standards. That means the city and the public carry the burden of catching their errors and omissions, of which the residents have raised many, for which the proponent was not aware, but I am confident they will be brought to light here today. And that brings me to the most serious concern, emergency response evacuation. In speaking with a specialist across Canada who study BESS failures, fire chemistry, and gas dispersion modeling, a 1 kilometer evacuation radius is considered a realistic requirement in the event of a major incident due to flammable gases or toxic gaseous emissions. Inside that 1 kilometer radius are multiple farms, livestock operations, and rural family homes. So I must ask you directly, if this zoning amendment is approved and an evacuation is ordered, how exactly are farmers expected to evacuate their cattle, horse, sheep, pets, and livestock? And if they cannot evacuate them, is the city and you councillors, by supporting this rezoning, suggesting that the animals are simply expected to perish? And if this isn't the expectation, then I would sincerely like to see what the actual plan is, because no such plan exists in the application, no such plan has been presented to the community, and no such plan appears anywhere in the zoning materials you are being asked to approve. So either the city is accepting the loss of livestock and pets as collateral damage, or this application is incorrectly cited. This is the decision you are making today, and the real-world consequences are now being placed on rural residents if this zoning change proceeds. This is not compatible with the rural area policies of the official plan. It is not compatible with agricultural operations, and it is not compatible with the health and safety of people and animals who live here. In summary, the proposal does not conform to the official plan rural area protections. It lacks baseline groundwater, air, and noise data. It provides no operational plan. It offers no safety guarantees for residents or livestock within 1 kilometer evacuation zone. And it introduces an industrial hazard into a rural agricultural landscape without accountability and without evidence that it can be safely operated. Lastly, the city's own website calls out the Carp Hills as a natural conservation area for tourists to explore, with a section of what they can see. A Canadian Shield ecosystem, including things like shallow beaver ponds, forests of red maples, sugar maples, and several great blue heron colonies. However, should you decide to move this amendment forward, I suppose you'll need to update the City Ottawa website, tourism website, to now include a Canadian Shield and wetland area with an industrial scale BESS facility wedged into the ecosystem. I don't think that's the tourism message anyone in the city intended when coming up with the official plan. For these reasons, I ask Council to reject the zoning amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues, but thank you for zooming in today, and we'll let you get back to your trip.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Emily Hunter and Mike Mar-a-Longo from Environmental Defense, followed by Lee Fenton, then Catherine Swift, and then David Thomas. So Emily and Mike, we'll go to you.
Thank you. To the chair and councillors, thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Emily Hunter. I'm the Senior Program Manager of the Ontario Climate Campaign at Environmental Defense Canada, a national environmental advocacy organization working with governments, communities, and industry to advance clean energy and climate solutions. Environmental Defense has been deeply involved in Ontario's electricity planning across municipalities, and we are here to support the zoning bylaw amendment, ZBA, for the South March Battery Energy Storage System, BESS. Today's decision is strictly about land use, whether a BESS is on the appropriate use of this property. It does not approve or finalize facility design, the emergency response plan, stormwater engineering, fire safety systems. All of these will be reviewed through the Site Plan Controls, SPC, which is already underway and will include full review by Ottawa Fire Services. This is a planning decision and not a technical one. City planning staff recommend approval, and Environmental Defense Canada supports that recommendation. And I'll explain why. At 250 megawatts and 1,000 megawatts an hour, this is the largest clean energy infrastructure project in Ottawa's history, which should be praised. It matters because Ontario's grid is under significant pressure. As electrification increases and nuclear units enter refurbishment, the Independent Electricity System Operator, the IESO, has been clear. Without new storage and renewables, Ontario will increasingly rely on new gas plants. Environmental Defence is currently working across municipalities in Ontario, as mentioned, across Shania, Thunder Bay, St. Clair Township, and many others, where companies are proposing new and expanded gas generation. These projects bring significant, well-documented impacts on surrounding communities. From air pollution, including nitrogen oxides, volatile organic compounds, and fine particulate matters, this kind of pollution contributes significantly to smog, respiratory illnesses, and cardiovascular strength to children, elderly people, and people with asthma. Communities located near gas plants experience higher rates of asthma attacks, chronic bronchitis, heart complications, and emergency room visits. The noise and light pollution is tremendous. Gas turbines generate continuous low-frequency noise and require bright nighttime lighting. Not to mention the climate pollution, gas plants are now one of the fastest-growing sources of greenhouse gas emissions in Ontario. More gas means higher long-term emissions and makes it harder and more expensive for cities to meet their climate targets. And especially, we also have to consider the higher energy costs. Gas plants lock in decades of fuel costs, which are volatile and are a high risk over time. Storage and renewables, by contrast, have no fuel cost and provide predictable long-term pricing. So these are just some of the impacts. So if we're not to support projects like this kind of battery storage combined with renewables, then we're facing a gas-filled future, both in Ottawa and elsewhere in municipalities elsewhere. So these are the real impacts that Ontario communities are fighting against right now, against gas projects, and exactly why Ottawa can avoid by approving battery storage instead, and by opening the doors to a future that is fossil-free. So I want to acknowledge the community's concerns raised here by nearby residents about fire safety, groundwater, and emergency responses. These are legitimate concerns and questions, and they deserve to be addressed, but through a site plan control process where technical documents can be reviewed by residents and residents can provide input. But briefly, on the battery chemistry, this project uses lithium iron phosphates, a highly stable lithium ion chemistry with very low thermal runaway potential, no hydrofluoroxic acid emissions, and a proven safety record validated through UL fire testing standards. Also, in terms of groundwater and stormwater, the design includes an impermeable liner, a contained stormwater system, and an emergency isolation. Yeah. And I will end here with a few last points in terms of emergency response plan. The ERP must be approved by the Ottawa Fire Services. The water supply and unmanned non-emitting BESS does not require municipal water. In terms of agricultural land, while there is pasture on site, staff confirm it is not prime agricultural land. It is designed for rural countryside adjacent to Hydro One infrastructure, which is why this location is considered appropriate. Finally, we encourage the committee to make this decision based on planning evidence and Ottawa's long-term electricity needs. Environmental Defence urges approval of the ZBA for the Marchers BESS, a project that supports a clean, reliable, clean energy future, avoids increased fossil gas dependence, and ensures all technical and safety requirements undergo rigorous review through the SPC and Ottawa Fire Services. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues, so thank you for coming out today. Next, we have Lee Fenton, then Catherine, followed by David. So Lee, it's all yours. 5 minutes, take it away.
Good morning. My name is Lee Fenton, and my career is in the field of effective board governance and policy interpretation. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. More than 200 evidence-based concerns were submitted about the zoning application. Today, I'm here to explain why approving this zoning amendment would now violate Provincial Policy Statement 2024. Next slide, please. During the Brookfield Town Hall last week, the developer stated that the site was selected based on topography and avoidance of sensitive environmental features. A site that requires the diversion of an existing water course does not reflect that claim. The topography on this parcel naturally channels surface water into the creek that crosses the development footprint. The Carp Ridge, which is where this BESS is proposed, functions as a major groundwater recharge area. Our community relies entirely on private wells. What comes out of the ground is all we have. Next slide, please. Ottawa as a whole is underlain by the same Precambrian bedrock aquifer system. It extends from the Carp Ridge recharge zone across the city towards Navan and carries groundwater in interconnected fractures, meaning contamination introduced in highly vulnerable recharge zones of the ridge can travel through the entire regional aquifer system. You can see where the BESS is sited on the map. The fluvial assessment concluded that an erosion hazard exists. A determination such as this should trigger a mandatory precautionary response under PPS section 521, given that the development is intersecting an active hazard zone. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Sorry, back up, sorry. The creek to be aligned in Evolution's planning is part of the connected watershed system, during spring freshet, these headwaters streams expand dramatically, as we saw in 2024 when flows from the same watershed undermined the roadbed and left sections of Marchhurst Road impassable. Next slide, please. If you can click on the slide, video will play. Here's a recent disaster in 2024. This is at the Carroll family farm after heavy rainfall last year, and the police closed the road for days. When a large number of longtime residents oppose a project, the response must be treated as the central outcome of the consultation. In land use planning, public input is a legitimate form of evidence, particularly when it's consistent. Next slide, please. Note this picture of groundwater rising through the hydro pole footing on Marchhurst Road taken mid-November of this year. Remember, these poles are buried 6 to 8 feet in the ground. The concrete footing is stained like that because this pole functions as a fountain. When water is this close to the surface, any contamination pathway becomes a community risk. Next slide, please. These battery containers contain toxic materials. If one fails or leaks, the chemicals will leach into the soil and our water table. If a fire breaks out, batteries release toxic gases, which we were told at the town hall last week, they will be knocked out of the air by firefighters with fog nozzles. A fog nozzle pushes toxins out of the air and into the surrounding soil in a fine mist. On the Carp Ridge, where groundwater sits so close to the surface and the land is a major recharge area, anything that lands on the soil infiltrates quickly. Now, the developer will say that their cheap membrane protects the groundwater, but as weak as it is, it only lines the pad underneath the containers. It does nothing for the rest of the site or for the toxins that settle during a fire. Next slide, please. The Hatch report, next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Hatch report reinforces this. The upstream reach is an unconfined system with documented lateral expansion. This means that the creek naturally spreads and migrates, exactly the type of system that the PPS 2024 requires extreme caution about. The watercourse ultimately drains into Constance Lake. When a project requires moving an active creek to accommodate industrial equipment, the proponent has not proven that this new channel will remain stable. That is not a detail to be addressed in site plan control. It's a zoning hazard. If the diversion ditch fails, we cannot uncontaminate aquifers.
That's timely, but I didn't give you your 1 minute warning. So can you take 30 seconds to wrap up?
Thank you. I'll leave you with this. On June 11th, when tabling her motion, Councillor Curry, in speaking to the MSR, claimed that energy is the new gold. Next slide, please. She kept saying that over and over again. Energy is the new gold. Energy is the new gold. Next slide, please. Where is the slide? Thank you. Next slide, please. You can't pan for electricity in a creek, and you sure can't drink a battery. Gold, we can't drink gold and we can't drink energy either. Next slide, please. Energy is the new gold, catchy line, but out in rural countryside, water is the new gold. Water is life, and it is as valuable as gold around our rural countryside. Thank you.
Any questions? Not seeing any. I will pose one to you then, Lee. Thank you very much for your delegation today. I posed this to an earlier delegate, and you and I have had multiple conversations about incomplete studies. If all of these studies were completed, like I know you're against the project, however, if they were all completed, would that have given you some more comfort in terms of the company's ability to manage the site and the risks associated with it?
Absolutely. If the studies were completed, we would be satisfied with what's being proposed. And if things like the geomembrane was proven compatible with the chemicals that are being released, that would be a major game changer for us as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lee.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Catherine Swift, followed by David Thomas.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity to be here and to speak. We recognize that the grid is under pressure and that Ontario and Ottawa's energy needs will only continue to grow. We are not opposed to new technology, but we are vehemently opposed to situating this facility, A, in a rural area, B, in an area that is environmentally and archaeologically significant, C, adjacent to environmentally significant wetlands that are home to 9 species at risk, D, near my own community of 56 homes with only one means of egress on Marchurst Road in case of an emergency, E, adjacent to a heavily wooded area. Fire from this battery installation could easily spread to these woods. F, in an area where residents depend on private wells. Fire from this battery installation would contaminate our drinking water, stigmatizing and devaluing our homes. I find it really interesting that CAFE's rationale earlier this morning in support of the CARP airport site specifically names reasons that are not any of these things. So I call that speaking out of both sides of your mouth. Community consultation has been a last-minute, contrived, and orchestrated dog and pony show, simply a step in the process that the applicant needs to go through to tick off the boxes. When I attended the very first presentation by Evalugen, I was told by the CEO of the company that 30 other sites were considered and rejected in favor of the Marchurst site. I asked for a list of those 30 sites, and I was told I would receive that by email. Well, I'm still waiting. Evalugen has used a lot of clickbait tactics in their online marketing. Click here if you want to reduce your power bills. Well, who doesn't want to do that? They stole the brand marks of the Ottawa Fire Service and used them at the open house that they held at the West Carleton Secondary School, implying that both the company and their project had the endorsement of the Ottawa Fire Service. This was not true, and they subsequently removed them at the request of the fire chief. At the most recent town hall, which was held just days before this committee meeting, residents pointed out many misleading and erroneous statements in their supporting documents. The company admitted that these reports were not the final versions and were incomplete. They could not point me to data supporting their statement that property values would increase. Well, you can't provide what doesn't exist. This company has never done an installation of this magnitude, and their blatant disregard for community consultation and local residents' concerns is very troubling. This company has not earned our trust. They make all the profit and we take all the risk. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues, so thank you very much for coming out today. David Thomas is next. There comes David, followed by Michael Dasty and then Aditi Kara. Yeah, just hit that button there and you'll go live. There you go.
Good morning.
I'm Dave Thomas. I live about 1.5 kilometers.
Dave, I'll just
from-
get you to stop. I'll ask the clerk's office to reset the stopwatch, please.
Okay.
All right, Dave, it's all yours now.
Thank you. I'm Dave Thomas. I live about 1.5 kilometers downwind of the proposed site, and I wish to contest the proposed rezoning of the site. The proponent has supplied no justification for the selection of this inappropriate site. Furthermore, the shortcomings in the documentation of the proponent's request are such that it should be rejected, notwithstanding the planner's report. The proposed rezoning clearly violates the spirit and the letter of the Provincial Planning Statement 2024 regarding land use compatibility, 3.5, natural heritage 4.1, and water 4.2. And while section 3.8 directs planning authorities to provide opportunities for the development of, among other things, energy storage systems, section 6.1 says that the provincial planning statement shall be read in its entirety and all relevant policies are to be applied to each situation. So a desire or political pressure to accommodate the proponent's request should not override the protections of the provincial planning statement. The proposed site is inappropriate because the area is agricultural and residential and has no remotely comparable industrial installations. The site is over an aquifer, as people have pointed out, that according to the Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority is highly vulnerable to contamination, and the residents of a wide surrounding area depend on the aquifer for their water supply. The proponent's own environmental impact study in Article 6116 says there could be potential risks of off-site contamination to surface water, groundwater, and other natural heritage features should a fire occur. However, these risks are considered unlikely through implementation of appropriate mitigation measures. So I guess we're okay. The site is on the edge of the ecologically sensitive Carp Hills, would encroach on the Carp Hills provincially significant wetland complex, and would be in close proximity to significant areas of natural and scientific interest. Such areas need all the protection they can get. Why put a large, potentially dangerous industrial installation right on the edge of such an area? It doesn't have to be there. The site has no water sources other than those the proponent would provide, and is relatively remote, so that emergency services may not be able to reach it in a timely fashion. And section 2.2 of Evolution's emergency response plan seems to indicate that fire service responders would have to await direction from Evolution, doubly complicating the response to an emergency, especially as the facility will be unstaffed and monitored remotely. Rezoning a rural area for an industrial installation that is totally incompatible with the surrounding area and which poses a real danger to residents and the environment is surely unusual and extreme. The U.S. Electrical Power Research Institute has found that the leading causes of BESS incidents were poor design, manufacturing defects, improper integration and assembly, and improper operation. A BESS operator's experience and expertise are therefore critical. However, not only has the proponent never built or operated a BESS, but their lack of professionalism does not inspire confidence. They made false and misleading claims, such as the proposed BESS reducing local power outages, which it could not do. The misappropriation of the Ottawa Fire Services logo at their open house, disparaging residents who opposed the BESS, and only 2 weeks before this meeting, finally calling a town hall meeting in Carp, at which Evolution acknowledged that some of their supporting documentation for the rezoning request was missing, incomplete, and even inaccurate. In fact, their emergency response plan has a number of glaring errors, including a complete misreading of a windrows diagram, which shows wind direction and the on the map, from which they wrongly conclude that emergency responders would have the wind behind them on arrival. Of course, they might not, but it's a completely erroneous conclusion, an incredible mistake from a company complaining to have the expertise to run a BESS. Evolution has extensive.
Dave, your time has elapsed, but if you could wrap up in about 10 seconds.
Thank you. Evolution has extensive experience with the generation of renewable energy, but battery storage is new for them. The website calls it an emerging technology being progressively tested in commercial application in Canada. So let them find a suitable site. We said no, and we say it again, and we ask the committee's support again for our rejection of this site. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Dave. I'm not seeing any questions from my colleagues, so thank you for coming out today. Michael, you're up next, followed by Aditi Kara, and then Leo Taylor, and then Eric Inward. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me. Chairman Brown, councillors, when last we met, Councillor Kelly questioned Jeff Wright about some problematic wording on a poster displayed at Evolution's open house. Councillor Kelly asked whether all the studies on the poster had been completed, as was indicated on the poster, and Jeff Wright was forced to admit that only elements of the studies were done. Apparently, they're still not done. This confirmed that the language used on the poster was false and misleading. That struck a chord with me, because it was not the first time and not the only time that Evolution has stretched to truth in their ads and marketing. I have since identified about 40 more and will use my time today to share some of those with you. After my delegation, Evolution staff will likely say that they're shocked. So am I. That's one thing we can agree on. I'm shocked that they seem to be in the habit of uttering false and misleading representations in so many samples of their ads and marketing. They have done so early in the process, they've done so often, and they've done so as recently as last Tuesday's town hall. Why is this so shocking? Because this behavior contravenes Brookfield Renewables' commitment to ethical business conduct outlined in their 2024 sustainability report, which stated, "We place a high degree of importance on upholding ethical standards and conducting activities with honesty, integrity, and respect." And because the Competition Act makes it illegal to make false and misleading statements to the public for commercial purposes, such as promoting a product or business interest. So let's take a look at some of these false and misleading representations. Early and exaggerated collaboration with Ottawa Fire Service. In January and February 2025, Evolution made multiple representations in their advertising, marketing, and responses to our community's questions that alluded to collaboration with OFS. However, in an email dated 28 February 2025, explaining why OFS was absent from Evolution's open house, Chief Hutt stated, "OFS did not participate in the consultation session. It is premature for us to collaborate with proponents prior to a formal application." In other words, no collaboration had yet taken place. The earliest record of collaboration between the two organizations that I could find is revision number 2 of the emergency response plan, which was edited in July 2025 to incorporate OFS comments. A dry pipe suppression system. This system is advertised in multiple Evolution marketing pieces as an advanced safety feature to mitigate fires at their best. In the open house, Eric Wood from ESRG told me that the system would not be used. Why advertise something that won't be used? No adverse health effects from BESS fires. In Table 7 on page 27 of their hazard mitigation analysis report, ESRG states that despite multiple BESS fires across the US, no adverse health effects have been reported from these events. Moss Landing residents reported multiple adverse health effects. LFP batteries are proven to be safer than NMC batteries. Evolution makes this claim in the FAQ pages of their website. A 2024 study by researchers at the University of Sheffield concluded that although LFP fires and thermal runaway are rarer, LFP batteries pose a greater hazard of combusting and emitting toxic gas when experiencing thermal runaway than do NMCs. LFP batteries are comparable to flow batteries, but have a smaller footprint. Mark Willen from Evolution made this claim in an email dated 7 August 2025. From what I've read, VFRBs or flow batteries excel in large-scale storage due to their flexibility, safety, and durability. Flow batteries are safer as they lack the fire risks associated with lithium batteries. Site selection explanation. Evolution states in the FAQ pages of their website, the new South March project site was selected as it had no wetlands. At the recent town hall, they stated that the site was selected based on an avoidance of sensitive environmental features. Both representations fail to note the BESS will be located next to a provincially significant wetland complex and candid provincially significant area of natural and scientific interest that is home to 9 species at risk and will result in diverting a stream and turning it into a ditch. Impermeable membrane. They said at their open house that it'll go under the whole site. That's not true. It will not be under the substation area. Your decision-making may be influenced by these representations Evolution has made in promoting their BESS. As a resident that lives less than 2 kilometers away from the site of the proposed BESS, I am counting on you to make the right decisions on my community's behalf. However, I am concerned that the entire decision-making process may have been tainted if the representations that these decisions are based upon have been false or misleading.
Your time is
Thank
up,
you.
Michael. Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions, but thank you very much for coming out today. Aditi, you're up next, followed by Leo Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and the members of committee for allowing me to present on this important matter today. I'd like to start by introducing myself. I'm the legal counsel for the nearby neighborhood residents for the town of Dunrobin. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. I'd like to start by stating the obvious that good planning is evidence-based, and in this case, the evidence provided by the proponents is insufficient to support the proposed development. It is equivocal and not independent. Moreover, the answers to important questions such as site plan control are postponed to later stage. In summary, what I'm trying to say is that contrary to staff report, we strongly believe that the proposed site is not fit for the zoning bylaw amendment approval. Next slide, please. I want to briefly discuss the characterization of the town of Dunrobin and point out a few things that were not clearly mentioned in the reports previously. Next slide, please. Dunrobin is a predominantly agricultural community. It houses farmers, commuters, cottagers, and pensioners. The location is it's located in a valley between Ottawa River and the Carp Escarpment. And ecologically, it's an ecological corridor to South March Highlands and Carp Hills wetland complex. Next slide, please. As you can see in this rudimentary map, it's at a greater radius. It's surrounded by various important ecological landmarks, especially the Shirley's Bay. And at a smaller radius, if you can zoom in and see, it's surrounded by several small lakes and tributaries. Next slide, please. This is a topographical map of the region. Please feel free to click on the link at a later time. But it's important to note that lithium is classified as a hazardous substance, and there has been several instances of water and soil contamination. And the proponent is advancing an industrial scale facility in an 84-hectare rural agricultural site, where on the left we have Carp Hills and the right Ottawa River. So all the tributaries will often flow to the Ottawa River, risking further contamination. Next slide, please. As it's already noted by several documents, that this area is surrounded by significant wetlands, habitats for endangered species, and significant woodlands and valley lands. The setback from proposed site is just far enough not to trigger application of certain environmental protection laws, but close enough that the residents will unquestionably bear the adverse impacts of legislation that the legislation was designed to prevent. Next slide, please. I want to talk about the City of Ottawa official plan, specifically the Greenbelt Master Plan. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. The Greenbelt Master Plan which was omitted by all the studies, recognizes that the future development beyond the greenbelt may affect the ecological connectivity of the Northwest. The proponent has not addressed these concerns. Although the proposed site is adjacent to the greenbelt master plan, it is specifically labeled in the plan where the site is located. And as per the guidelines and actions, it is mandated that they retain and restore the ecological corridor to South March, Highlands, and Carp West wetland complex, maintain existing edge of greenbelt, and maintain the nature of farms, rural, residential uses, and buffer from urban areas. Next slide, please. I'd like you to focus on the number 1 label on the map, which is colored green. It's Shirley's Bay sector. Thank you. Next slide, please. This is a zoomed in version of it. And as on the left, which is labeled F, it's the ecological corridor where the site is going to be placed. Next slide, please. The official plan specifically protects and mandates instructions on how to protect these places in this area, and the proponent's environmental impact study has not demonstrated compliance with the official plan. Instead, it improperly defers key components of the analysis to a later stage of site plan control, contrary to the expectation that conformity be established before the zoning bylaw amendment proposal. Next slide, please. Next slide. This is the vision statement for Dendrobin, which
Your time's elapsed, so I'll just get you to wrap up, okay?
Thank you. The vision statement for Dendrobin specifically states that that we must maintain built heritage and natural environment while improving community connections. And the goal 1 specifically avoids development within woodlands, natural features, and surrounding agricultural lands. Next slide, please. While I understand that I'm out of time, but I just would like to wrap up by saying that the provincial policy statement further mandates it encourages development, but not to the size of project that this BESS is proposing, and it's unfair. And as a community, we recognize that the investment in long-term renewable energy is crucial in today's day and age, and especially in today's geopolitical environment. But this is setting a very dangerous precedent if we don't protect the green belt and the green belt buffer region. And there's not simply enough time for me to cover all the things, but we demand that more studies which are independent and not biased be produced, and a new site for this project be explored.
Thank you very much for your delegation. And I'm not seeing any questions, but thank you for coming out today. Next, we have Leo Taylor, followed by Eric. Welcome back, Leo.
Is everyone in this room listening? I hope so.
We are, and you have 5 minutes.
And
Thank
be
you so
quick on
much.
the slides, please, because I'm not going to tolerate saying go back. Are we ready? I would like to begin by sharing that my delegation took a while to write. Originally, my focus was going to be on how incomplete all the studies were for the zoning bylaw amendment, and how the process itself was flawed. How to this day, we shouldn't even be here, that this topic shouldn't even be an item on the agenda. Next slide, please. But then, out of the blue, 8 months after originally promised, curiously, Evolution decided to host a town hall. Only 6 days before this meeting, a town hall that was, quite frankly, to my satisfaction, a miserable failure. No one there was even able to answer the most basic questions to do with faults in their studies. Studies that were deemed complete, had been approved by the city, had already been submitted, and could no longer be commented on for the zoning bylaw amendment. But that feeling was short-lived, because what I didn't know is that while at the town hall, a disgrace of a planner's report had been published by the city in preparation for today's meeting. In case any of you have not guessed so yet, I'm here today to express my perpetual, unwavering opposition to approving a zoning bylaw amendment for what I'm sure we're all familiar with at this point, the South March Battery Energy Storage System, or BESS, that still, to this day, is incorporated as Fitzroy BESS for those loyal to this saga. Next slide, please. That same planner's report, the very one whose staff have hopefully read by the time of this meeting, despite suggesting that committee recommend council approve an amendment to the zoning bylaw, even admits to error in its own process, although of course, without consequence. Next slide, please. But in the end, that planner's report was just representative of this entire process. It was juvenile, with arbitrary semantics, endless procrastination, and the constant reassignment of responsibility. We were assured that the public consultation, all of the answers to our concerns, weren't a matter for the municipal support resolution, but rather would be addressed during the stages of the zoning bylaw amendment. Next slide, please. But now that the zoning bylaw amendment is here, what does the planner's report say? Don't worry about it, guys. Just wait until the site plan control, when you won't have the opportunity to delegate. At every stage of this process, it's always been up to someone else. It's never been anyone's decision. Next slide, please. The proposed site location of this facility has always been completely inappropriate. It has always had unacceptable risks. Our community has never shared anything different. So if this site is rezoned, and doing so, allowing it to host a toxic, hazardous facility that's almost entirely unregulated, to be built by a proponent which continues to endlessly, brazenly display its incompetence, which has no experience with building these facilities, I won't care whose fault it was or at what stage it should have been stopped. Next slide, please. Do you know who else? Do you know who also won't care whose fault it was? The wildlife, burned alive when the fire spreads to the surrounding forest due to insufficient setbacks. Next slide, please. Do you know who also won't care whose fault it was? The firefighter, unprepared for exposure to hydrogen fluoride because it was absent in the studies, who was no longer able to walk up the stairs in their own home without becoming short of breath. Next slide, please. Do you know who also won't care whose fault it was? The child born with defects who doesn't even get a chance at life because their mother unknowingly ingested contaminants from her well water while pregnant because of a membrane lining the facility that has penetrations in it as part of its design. Next slide, please. All they will care about, all that I will care about is that there were people who knew of all of the risks, all of the concerns, all of the alarming facts at the time of their decision, who had the ability, the authority, the responsibility to change this, to stop this, and instead, who chose not to.
Thank you very much for your delegation. Any questions? I'm not seeing any questions.
There aren't any questions.
Thank you for coming. I just want to remind everyone that we want to hear everyone's opinions. This is why this committee exists. That's why we sit here as elected officials. But I'm going to ask that we don't disparage other delegates or city staff or any other person or entity. That's not permitted here and it won't be tolerated. So let's keep it professional, please. I'm told that Eric has withdrawn his delegation to speak, so we're going to go to Brenda Halabiski, followed by Carrie Lynn, and then Sharon. So Brenda, you can come on down. Thank you. Hi, Brenda. You just have to hit the button there. There you are. You're live.
Thank you. Good morning. Hi, I'm Brenda Halabiski. I'm a nurse practitioner in primary care, and I'm a PhD prepared researcher. I live about 1.5 kilometers from the proposed BESS site. I am voicing my opinion, my opposition to the zoning bylaw adjustment. The proposed installation is not a coffee shop. It's not a long-term care home. It's not a health center. It is 250 shipping containers containing volatile and toxic compounds in the form of lithium iron phosphate batteries that contain an enormous potential for harm should they become destabilized. This installation will dramatically alter the rural and natural landscape and ecological habitat, and in the event of a thermal runaway, there is a non-zero risk of harm to local species, habitat, water resources, and rural residents, and is therefore an inappropriate change to this rural landscape. Next slide, please. A reminder that the proposed site on Marchurst is only 3 kilometers away from a community that was devastated by an EF3 tornado in the fall of 2018. Documents submitted for the proponent referencing examining 100-year weather trends. The reality is that climate is changing and trends from 100 years ago have very little prediction capacity. An informed submission aimed to meet and exceed safety, as per the proponent, would be to acknowledge the fact and draw from the most recent data from the Canadian Climate Institute that specifies how climate change is resulting in more frequent convective storms, which are more powerful and predictable, and provide plans on how this will be mitigated. During a recent town hall of questionable timing, in response to the questions about tornadoes and extreme weather events, experts employed by the proponent tried to reassure the community that batteries would not be flying off site. They failed, however, to recognize that flying debris could indeed puncture the container, causing mechanical damage. Alternately, vent panels, which are designed to fly off in a deflagration event, might be pulled off in strong winds, resulting in exposing battery compartments to the elements. Both of these examples could result in a thermal runaway event. Next slide, please. I also want to provide a better understanding of the drainage and erosion features of the local elevations. For example, this stream contrasted, a picture taken a couple of weeks ago. Next slide, please. How the stream behaves in the spring melt and runoff with escalated volumes. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next slide, please. Ephemeral streams cross over at Marchurst Road here at 2490. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And Murphy Side Road. Ephemeral streams are an important watercourses that flow after rain and snow melt and play an important role in the recharging of the ground sources, transferring nutrients and in wildlife habitat. Next slide, please. In 2024, Hurricane Debbie caused record rainfall, with Kinburn reporting 115 millimeters of rain. Here we see how both the ephemeral streams crossing different parts of Marchurst contributed to road erosion and collapse. Next slide, please. The proposed BESS is sited directly over an existing watercourse, which drains wetlands in the Carp Hills and eventually leading into Constance Lake. The proponent suggests drastic diversion with plans for dramatically changing the current grading. Given my earlier examples of erosion events, further studies and impacts on changing the water course on erosion risk and downstream risk of contamination posed by the BESS would be critical. Next slide, please. At the open house, the proponents advocated that a fire at a BESS facility would result in toxins in the air and soil that are no different from a common house fire. The scientific literature suggests otherwise. Next slide, please. And multiple toxins are produced. However, one of the most concerning is hydrogen fluoride or hydrofluoric acid, which is unique to BESS thermal runaway. This toxin can travel in prevailing winds, causing damage to lungs and mucous membranes, erosions to the skin, and when absorbed systemically, unknowingly can result in cardiac arrhythmias and death. Symptoms can take 24 hours to manifest and may not necessarily be accurately attributed to a toxin exposure later. Residents and wildlife would be at risk for harm, not to mention firefighters. Firefighters require specialized respirators and protective gear to keep them safe and should always be wearing these near a BESS with an event. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you. Carrie Lynn, you're up next, followed by Sharon and then Ed Hoskins. Yeah, absolutely. Are you delegating together or as a team? Because I have you registered separately. So, okay, perfect. All right, 5 minutes each then. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Lynn Bulger. Next. How likely is a large-scale disaster? Let's see. First, the BESS will be built with outdated standards. Next. The Fitzroy BESS was denied an MSR. The transmission line going to Peterborough passed the deliverability test. Why didn't they relocate the BESS on the Peterborough line? Instead, they did a deliverability test for the line going to Ottawa. Is it because they connected to the wrong line in Fitzroy? Next. The geomembrane meant to protect the water table is not resistant to the contaminants on site. Next. A detail for the geomembrane foundation interface was not included. Slab on grade will cause excessive settlement, more than the 10 millimeters differential allowed by SunGrow. Helical screws are founded on rock and will pierce the geomembrane. According to the town hall, they will now use strip footings and attach the geomembrane 700 millimeters below grade. It's unrealistic and impossible to ensure a watertight seal in the field. Next. The ditches aren't deep enough. One ditch was 4 inches deep. The subgrade is submerged. The subgrade will lose strength. The granular bases will have inadequate compaction, and heavy equipment will create a wave-type motion, which may puncture the geomembrane. This is not sound design. Next. Only 5 cells out of a possible 4,992 cells were driven into thermal runaway during testing. Each cell or battery produces 176 liters of toxic gas, and there is only 1 fan and 1 gas detector per container. The time from safety venting to thermal runaway was 13 seconds. It takes 5 seconds for the fan to reach full speed, leaving just over 8 seconds to expel the explosive gases. The lower explosive limit is 5.85%. The point here is that the potential for a large-scale disaster is very real. If the fan or the gas detector is not working or the air inlet is blocked, kaboom. Next. The plume analysis did not include hydrogen fluoride, which is mainly released during the safety venting stage. It is very toxic. The emergency response plan relied on the plume analysis to reassure firefighters that the risk was low. Next. Depending on the concentration of HF, burns may or may not be present. Symptoms may be delayed and therefore not associated with the best caustic gases. Harms may result from both late detection and late or inappropriate interventions. Can the hospitals deal with HF poisoning, which may require ICU? Next. BESS relies on auxiliary power. In a power outage, Evolution plans to rent a 1,000 kVA diesel generator and tank. It is foolhardy to think you can rent one if the need arises. Meanwhile, the cooling system is not functioning. Next. Telecommunications are unreliable in our neighborhood. How will they monitor the site? Establish communications in an emergency.
1 minute.
Also, cell phones shut down if they get too hot. The BESS has gone from being monitored by top engineers to AI. What safeguards are in place to monitor the AI? Next. Valigen references outdated, misnumbered, and mislabeled cybersecurity standards. Their accidental insurance policy is only $100 million. Will the city pick up the tab once their policy is exhausted? The city is not indemnified. There is a bonus of $83,700 a day for early completion, resulting in a rushed approval process without consultation. Will it encourage shortcuts? Next. Duke Energy, a leader in grid cybersecurity, pulls batteries from Camp Lejeune, a U.S. military base, after it was discovered that the batteries were communicating directly with China. The batteries were only a year old. This should raise.
Carolyn, your time is elapsed, but if you just want to wrap up.
Yes, next. EPRI, the Electrical Power Research Institute, analyzed the root causes of BESS failures. 72% of failures happened within the first 2 years of operation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions, so I'll ask Sharon. Thank you very much, Sharon. You have 5 minutes.
Oh, I'm waiting for my slides.
They'll throw it up.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Sharon Podlesny, a retired PN with extensive experience in heavy construction. Next. Emergency plans have been reviewed by fire services according to planning. Here, the access road is downwind in thick smoke. The windrose was read incorrectly. Next. If there is an explosion risk, firefighters are not allowed to in the enclosure. The gate valve is 300 meters inside the gate. If the gate valve is not shut, it will result in widespread contamination. The subject matter expert is responsible for assessing the explosion risk. How long will it take them to arrive on site? Shuttle tankers and hazardous waste disposal trucks will share the road. The underground water tank is on a short radius curve, making it difficult to see each other. Any water trucked on site will have to be treated. The hazardous waste facility was not identified. Next. The air monitoring station is located underneath the trees next to a 6-meter berm, which impedes airflow, making accurate readings impossible. More than one station is required based on wind direction. The air monitoring equipment is not specified, it's not on site, and needs an internet connection. If there is a delay, it will be unable to measure the hydrogen fluoride gas. Next. The staging area is located east of the perimeter fence, which is downwind in smoke. Another spot is at the front of the site where the 6-meter berm and the forest will block the line of sight, plus the BESS is 6 meters higher. Next. First responder station contains the emergency response plan. The emergency response guide, which deals with accidental spills, is missing. Next. There is a 4.5-meter noise fence between the BESS and the hydrants. It's impossible to fight a fire from behind a wall if the gates aren't working. There's 4 different configurations were submitted. One did not allow for the surface runoff to reach the ditches. A fog pattern will be used to prevent off-gassing from traveling to the muster points and emergency responders. The EP3 zone is not mentioned. Hydrogen fluoride may settle out and cause uncontrolled spread of contamination affecting groundwater and habitat destruction. Next slide. There's no evacuation plan. Residents forced to leave on foot will be impaired by thick smoke, reducing both visibility and physical stamina on an unmarked trail. There is no phone signal if we get lost or hurt. A fire engineer was not consulted. ESRG did not consider our landlocked neighborhood, and a consequence analysis was not performed to determine the risk to the community as required by FRAPIS. Next. How long will it take to notify residents? It takes the garbage truck 45 minutes. How will hikers and cyclists be notified in the Carp Hills? Evolution has refused to install a sounder beacon. Next. The BESS will generate 50 decibels of noise in the city-owned EP3, causing wildlife to abandon the area. The sale of the natural heritage system is prohibited by the official plan, yet here the city is essentially gifting Evolution the property. Next. The water from the BESS will be discharged to the existing ditches as opposed to being managed on site as promised. 10 acres is a lot of additional surface water runoff because of the geomembrane. Can the existing ditches handle the extra water without flooding? Next. No snow removal plan.
1 minute.
Okay. Oh, I've got lots of time. No snow removal plan. An explosion may occur if the air inlet is not clear or the safety vent is damaged or frozen shut. Will the noise wall gates be operational in winter? in an emergency. Next slide. The environmental impact study does not consider the restraint no negative impact to EP3. It does not include the unevaluated wetlands on city property or the woodlot that is listed as a natural heritage system in the provincial overlay. That designation is missing from their report. A hydrogeological study was not performed to determine the vulnerability of the existing aquifers, which could be exposed to contamination from the BESS. In conclusion, Evolution's submission is incomplete and deeply flawed. Regardless, planning is recommending that the zoning be changed, saying we will review it at site plan control. I remind you that fire services have already reviewed the emergency plans, which were found lacking. How thorough will the review be at site plan control? Oh, am I finished? Oh, sorry. Okay, there, I'm done.
That's okay. If you want to wrap up, I'll give you 10 seconds if there's something else you'd like to say.
No, that's okay.
Okay. Thank you very much for coming out. I don't see any questions from my colleagues.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ed, you're up next, followed by Nikki Trudell, and then we'll welcome Don Sproul back down to the microphone. So you go ahead, Ed. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not a professional expert. I have no list of credentials after my name. I'm not that important in the grand scheme of things. But what I am is a resident who has lived now for over 21 years in the immediate area of the location of the proposed South March BESS. And is someone who has witnessed over the years the area's ever-changing weather patterns and their intensities resulting in major damage to city infrastructure. I would therefore hope that our elected officials will listen to the community, their employer, that is speaking out and saying this is not the correct location for this proposal. The majority of residents do not want it. What has now become public knowledge has also become truly frightening as someone who lives close by. It is now known that there is a natural watercourse, as we've heard many other delegations this morning speak, that there is a natural watercourse running directly through the site, east-northeast direction. The proponent plans to reroute that natural watercourse with numerous turns north around the BESS site and eventually back east to its existing natural path. The watercourse they are proposing to reroute is an overflow runoff from the chain of numerous linked beaver dams that are to the west and northwest of the BESS site. As the local 21-plus year resident, this is where I have serious concern over this proposal. That chain of beaver dams that feeds that watercourse and others in the area have without question over the past 21 years quadrupled in size and numbers and are growing year over year. With the ever-changing weather patterns due to climate change and the intense so-called 1 in 100 year rains that we get about every 5 years or less now is the part that worries me. In case you weren't aware, water and lithium batteries do not mix well. My concern over this proposal is wondering what will happen at this BESS site and the redirected watercourse, not if, but when it is overwhelmed by torrential rains. The multiple turns in that now not so natural watercourse will be incapable of controlling the high volume of water that will come off of the sea of beaver dams upstream of the BESS site. The water will want to take its original path, the easiest path, the path it has taken for hundreds, if not 1,000 years now. And what will be in the direct line of that water? This one and only BESS. If we can now bring up my first slide, which we have up here, I will share some photos taken in the area during intense rains last summer, as other delegations have pointed out this morning, summer of 2024, in which the natural watercourse that Evolution is proposing to reroute and many other watercourses in the region were overwhelmed by torrential rains during that so-called 1 in 100 year rainstorm. This first image is a screenshot of a Geo-Ottawa page showing the addresses in question at 2625 and 2555 Marchurst Road. You'll see the natural watercourse running across the property lines, the site of the BESS. You'll also see my property at 1670 Thomas Dolan Parkway to the north with a natural watercourse running through it. Next slide, please. The next image is a screenshot of Google Maps showing our home at 1670 Thomas Dolan Parkway with a map distance to the BESS site indicated by the black circle. Note the natural watercourse running through the best site, but also you'll see the neighboring natural watercourse to the south of the best site. Like all others in the area, it runs across Marchhurst Road eventually and ultimately to Constance Lake and then on into the Ottawa River. Next slide, please. This is the neighboring natural watercourse just south of the Marchhurst Best site where it crosses Marchhurst Road.
1 minute.
Notice the low volume of water in that watercourse, and it is likely the water volume that Mr. Wright viewed in the area when he mapped out his site for his best. This may look like a small stream, but it will be deceiving. Next slide, please. Now this is the same. This was that same stream last summer of that natural watercourse just south of the best site. The aftermath of being overwhelmed by torrential rains and flooding of upstream beaver dams. Notice the increase in the water volume. Next slide, please. Now remember I said there's another watercourse running through our property draining from the same chain of linked beaver dams upstream from Bess. It flows with same volume as the waters as other areas as other streams in the area, usually low volume. This image is that watercourse last summer during the same torrential rains. The culvert in this image under Thomas Dolan Parkway was at half capacity. It's an approximately 8 foot.
Elapsed, but I'll give you 10 seconds to wrap up.
I'll make it quick. It's an approximately 8 foot diameter culvert that one can usually walk through, being so dry. I've seen that culvert at near full capacity in recent years with heavy rains. I'll go right to my final comment. So we've seen some flooding. We've seen flooding from other delegations here this morning. So my final comment is, now imagine if this BESS was built and running this past summer, 777 meters away from this flooding. It would be frightening. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ed. Appreciate you coming out today and delegating. Next, we have Nikki. And so Nikki, you have 5 minutes. No stranger to the committee. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. I'll just wait for my charts for a moment. Thank you, Chair Brown, councillors and staff. I'm here to speak regarding the Marchhurst Best Zoning Bylaw Amendment. Thank you. Clean, affordable, and sustainable are words that could define our future energy mix, but we must apply collective concerted efforts to make this happen. Next slide, please. My name is Nikki Trudell, and I have lived in Ward 21 Rideau for over 45 years, a long time. I am committed to advocating for clean energy generation, energy efficiency, and nature-based solutions to address the issue of global warming. Next slide, please. I spoke for the first time in November 2023 on the topic of BESS. We've come a long way since then. Today, the energy transition is well on its way globally. For 2023, the International Energy Agency reports that over 40 gigawatts of battery storage were added. That's the chart on the bottom. The International Renewable Energy Agency reports that in the same year, 484 gigawatts of renewable capacity was added. Next slide, please. More renewables are coming to our grid in Ontario as part of a series of IESO procurements. The LT2 window is looking to add 3 terawatts of new energy producing resources and 600 megawatts of new capacity. The Oneida BESS in Haldimand, Ontario went into operation in May 2025. Closer to home, Potentia Energy officially broke ground on their Skyview 2 project in Edwardsburg Cardinal just recently. Ottawa City Council has moved forward on the Trail Road BESS project. Recently, MSCs were provided for 4 ground-mounted and 2 rooftop solar projects under the LT2 procurement. Next slide, please. Renewables, including storage, need to be placed at the grid and distribution level to create a resilient and reliable integrated grid architecture, as shown in this diagram from Science Direct. This is how we begin to reduce usage of expensive and dirty sources of electricity generation and lower the marginal cost of electricity generation to benefit everyone. Renewables are, of course, the cheapest source of electricity generation, and costs will continue to fall. IRENA notes that 91% of new renewable power projects commissioned in 2024 were more cost effective than any new fossil fuel alternatives. Next slide, please. Okay. Today we are reviewing one of the next steps towards establishing a key component of the grid architecture that we need to support growth in population, increased electrical energy demand, and the imperative of affordability. BESS, of course, provides grid reliability by reacting to changing grid conditions rapidly. BESS installations store power that is produced during times when it is plentiful and therefore very cheap. And then BESS installations smooth out supply during high demand periods, such as in the evenings. Transmission, of course, is very expensive to build. Making the best use of existing transmission is much more cost effective. By using BESS to manage peak periods of energy demand, less fossil fuel peakers are required to do so. BESS is the fastest way to add new peak capacity management. Next slide, please. The term of council's strategic priorities, of course, included encouraging economic prosperity within the city and creating a green and resilient city. I love this slide. The Marchhurst BESS project. Proponents will use their capital, of course, to add economic benefits to the community and to the city. Of course, the project must comply with all the measures as outlined within the zoning bylaw amendment process. In my last delegation on this topic, I urged the committee to trust in the city's processes, to use the comprehensive scope of the city planning and development processes and the expertise of city staff to guide decisions. As I have from the beginning, I support the need for battery energy storage systems. I appreciate the rigor of the zoning bylaw amendment process and the site plan control process. The proponents have submitted an array of important evaluations towards the ZBA. More detail will be expected and reviewed during the site plan control process. Most importantly, congratulations to the community voices that raised concerns and asked questions that have led to improvements in the project. I support the nearby residents and the community being able to benefit from this economic development opportunity, working together to do the essential work to develop the integrated grid architecture needed to support our futures is critical. Next slide, please. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Nikki. I'm not seeing any questions, but thank you for coming and delegating today.
Thank you.
All right, we'll invite John back down to the microphone, followed by Councillor Sarrazin. Just got to hit one more time.
There we go.
Third time's the charm.
Can I have my first chart, please? Good day, and thank you, Councillor, for allowing me to present. Councillors, I'm Don Sproul. I have a background in engineering science and systems engineering. I'm a retired high-tech business executive, and I spend my time these days as a climate change educator. And my presentation today is really to promote the speeding up of the energy transition away from fossil fuels. And I look at three things through the lens of climate change. Next chart, please. So where are we going to be in the next 5 years, 10 years, 25 years from now? We'll get weather disruptions that are more frequent and more severe. And here's an example of the derecho that hit Ottawa and did significant damage in May of 2022. Next chart, please. I think you all remember the smoke from forest fires that hung over Ottawa in June of 2023. And these kind of events are deleterious to human health and are to be more frequent and more severe. Next chart, please. We're going to see the effect of more frequent and more severe storms, as I saw in some of the charts in South Carleton. Next chart, please. And the final chart that I found interesting is the drought that we had this summer and going into the fall was significant, and it had impacts upon the constituency of the ERA community members. It affected farmers, it affected rural wells, it affected the water quality in the conservation areas that affected flora and fauna, and it dried up some of the wetlands. Next chart, please. So I keep looking for hope. And here's the kind of thing that I get inspired by. Imagine a solar canopy over every parking lot in Ottawa. Wouldn't that be fantastic? Well, France is actually moving ahead and has legislated that by next summer, large parking lots will have these solar canopies producing electricity. And through the years, the next couple of years, they'll include it to be over smaller parking lots. Korea is moving in that direction, both public and private parking lots, greater than 80 vehicles. And I just imagine the day when something like this might be zoned in Ottawa, I would be beside myself. Next chart, please. So I've used this chart before. I mean, very simply, this is the application of BESS when it's paired with intermittent renewables like solar and wind energy. And what's happened in California through the years, they've actually put battery into the grid to support solar. And in first quarter of 2025, California is burning 40% less natural gas in their grid than they did 3 years ago. Next chart, please. So where is BESS going? Quite frankly, it's growing exponentially. And the installed base of BESS capacity between 2023 and 2029 is growing at a phenomenal 32% annual growth rate. And quite frankly, there's a tsunami of BESS that's happening on a global basis, and the technology is maturing and becoming safer and safer every day. Next chart, please. So that tsunami finally landed on the shores of Ontario. And just this year, the first battery electric storage system went operational in Anita at 250 megawatts. I'm hopeful, and I've highlighted that in 2027, I would love to see the Trail Road and South March BESS plants be in operational service. We need them. And if you look at the growth rate in Ontario, it's equivalent to what's happening on a global basis. Somebody else, Nikki, highlighted before the Skyview BESS down in Spencerville, about 70 kilometers south of here. And it's going to be 350 megawatt BESS storage site. And it'll probably be the largest in Ontario and the largest in Canada.
1 minute.
Next chart, please. Next chart, please. So to summarize, I would recommend that the committee approve the zoning of South March. It's cost effective. In fact, if you look at South March, it'll save investment in the grid between 0.7 and $1 billion. It will improve grid resiliency, and that's the very nature of BESS. And in fact, with the increasing kind of storms we're going to be getting and weather events we're going to be getting from climate change, it will make us better protected. And furthermore, because the BESS sites are charged by the oversupply of nuclear capacity, they'll be charged with clean energy, and when they discharge, they'll have the equivalent in the South March situation of the equivalent of taking 6,000 internal combustion engines off the road. So thank you. And again, I would hope you would approve the South March rezoning.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Not seeing any questions, but thank you for coming back. Long time no see. Appreciate it. Councillor Sarrazin, you're up next, followed by Wendy Argue and Kathy Black. Thanks for coming, Councillor.
Great. Good to see you all again. Good to see you, Chair Brown and councillors. I'm happy to be here, and I brought with me Elder Francis Sarrazin. The reason I brought him is because he was with the group out on site, and they did ceremony there. So we're going to talk about ceremony, land ceremony, and this is what this presentation is about. And I know a lot of people don't understand Anishinaabe Algonquin ceremony or why it's conducted, what's the ceremony about, but that's why I brought him, because it's easy to talk, it's easy to show, but to actually to do it, this is why we brought it. We brought it here to the city, brought it here to this committee, and we're doing it respectfully and to show the people of our culture and how we live it, and it's used in these projects. Kakina, Kwe Kakina, it's to us, it's hello everybody. Indigenous cause, Walba Maengan and Dodum, Bukwak Nagon and Donjaba. My name is Merv Sarrazin. I'm an elected official in the band council, and I'm on near the end of my second term. So I've been there in office for 6 years. And prior to that, I was 33 years in administration, actually running the affairs of the reserve since February 1988. So I've been around. When I moved there, our reserve was really run previously by an Indian agent, and we had poor buildings. We had asbestos in the buildings, and the reserve wasn't well developed. And some of the buildings were as old as 1920 when I got there, and a lot of the lands were undeveloped. And so I was able to bring back change to our community. And we came out of the times when most people won't know, unless you're a historian, unless you understand Indian politics and Canadian politics. We come from an era of protection policies, civilization policy, assimilation policy, Indian Act 1876, education policy, and outlaw of ceremony policy. So we lived, and you heard me in my last time I was here, I spoke about their history and about the area of carp being in the center of a trap line, a hunting grounds of my great-grandfather, Constant Panesse. He became Grand Chief. In 1800, he met Philemon Wright. 1812, he went to war, fought side by side with the British to push the Americans back across the border. And when I spoke in June, the King Charles was here in May and spoke about being on unceded Algonquin territory. So he acknowledged the territory as being unceded, unsurrendered territory, and it still is. We're in a land claim. But I want to talk about this slide here, Aki, a ceremony, which means Aki means the land. So next slide. In the slide, that first slide, it shows our medicines, which Elder Francis has in the back here, and we smudged this morning. But in terms of the land ceremony, Algonquin elders were in attendance, and you could see the whole group. And it entailed, it encompassed the community members were there. We had our drum, we had our dancers, we had our elders there, but we also had our business partners there, Evolution, and was involved, as well as our current landowner. Next slide. So in the land ceremony, it's activities, it's opening prayer, smudge, sacred fire, drummers, dancers, the traveling song, and we had a closing feast. So the photo shows our dancers. Those are jingle dress dancers. If you've been to our powwows or any powwow, you'll find them jingle dress dancers there. They are very important. Next slide. So the purpose of the land ceremony is blessing of the land, connecting with nature, honoring stewardship, and beginning of a new chapter. So this isn't a funeral, but it is a goodbye. The land will be transformed, and through that being prosperity for future generations. So in what I wanted to do is talk, if I can quickly, I'm here on behalf of the Algonquin Blackstone First Nation. Also here to reinforce that our ownership of this project is part of our nation's ambitions for clean water, safe roads, and economic development, to participate in the marketplace of tomorrow in terms of our children, our grandchildren, we'll be proud of. We sit together now with their business partners, Evolution, who is helping us to achieve these goals in a way that balance our needs for progress with their commitment to tradition. This battery will reduce emissions, make the grid more stable, keep our air and water clean. Our community funds will provide $5 million back in the community over the lifespan of the project, what I believe is 20 years. The jobs created for its construction will sustain hardworking families, builders carefully chosen from the surrounding area. We've allowed observers and other First Nations to be present during fieldwork and ensure that there is no cultural impacts. For the first time in living memory, our people held a land ceremony at the site attended by members of the communities, elders, Brookfield team, and the local landowners. In that ceremony, we are a collective, went from being co-investors to allies, and we ask that you take this next step with us on our common journey, and we look forward to sharing the wealth of this land in a way that honors all of our peoples. Miigwech, miigwech, miigwech.
Thank you for coming out. I'm not seeing any questions, Councillor, but Councillor Sarrazin, Mr. Sarrazin, thank you very much for coming out today.
Yep.
Wendy Argue, you're up next, followed by Kathy Black and then Vincent Brunel. So there's Wendy. Good to see you.
I'm just supporting Wendy.
Not a problem.
I put together a presentation because I have a problem public speaking.
We'll get that up for you.
Thank you.
Hello, council members, and thank you for allowing me to read this speech that Wendy Argue has written. While I am reading the speech to ensure accessibility, these are Wendy Argue's words and what she wishes to communicate to you today. I'm here as a relative to a local resident who is deeply concerned about the process surrounding this project. From the very beginning, the community engagement has been insufficient. The initial open house was misleading and lacked clear information, leaving residents and I waiting for future final reports that never came. Many of the reports included in the proponent's submission today are still drafts, and some are marked internal use only. How can residents and City Council be expected to rely on reports that are not final, leaving the door open to modifications that fall outside your control? After the municipal support resolution was approved in June, councillors stated that this would be the start of the real community engagement and that our voices would finally be heard. But months have passed and that meaningful engagement has simply not occurred. Before the MSR approval, the community gathered over 1,400 signatures on a petition opposing this project, demonstrating both our strong level of support for one another and our desire to be involved in this process. This petition became the third largest site-specific petition related to any site application in the last 10 years. And yet, a town hall to inform and educate residents about this project was only scheduled for November 25th, after public comments on the proponent's submission were already due to the city. The timing, 5:30 p.m. on a Tuesday, makes it difficult for working parents, families with school-aged children, and many residents with standard work hours to attend. Neighbors received notices in their mailboxes less than 14 days before the event. It was also hosted in a community that will not be significantly impacted by the installation, but which has expressed eagerness to access the funds being proposed, funds that feel uncomfortably like an incentive, or even a form of bribery, to accept this installation. All of this gives the impression that the timing and location were chosen, indirectly or perhaps directly, to limit participation from the community that will actually be affected. Instead of meaningful engagement, the proponent appears focused on checking a box in a way that minimizes disruption to their project. At the MSR meeting, some supporters of the project claimed that the open house demonstrated the company's commitment to planting really nice trees to help maintain the rural view. But the image used showed those trees planted on my relative's property, on bedrock, and done without their consent. Their property image was used without permission. This again shows that the company is either careless or intentionally misleading residents, the community, and even you as council members. If they are willing to misrepresent something as simple as where trees can be planted, how can we trust them with more significant claims about protecting the rural landscape? With this and the many other concerns I've raised, I ask you to consider that trust cannot be the foundation here. In business, trust must be supported by written evidence and finalized design documents. The reports provided so far do not meet that standard. They are drafts, incomplete, and not suitable for decision-making. Our community has spoken clearly and consistently. We have identified these gaps. We stand together in opposition to this project. I urge you to turn down this proposal once again and prevent it from proceeding any further.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Still have time left, so if there's anything you'd like to add to your video.
I'm fine, thank you.
I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much for coming out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy. Don't know if Kathy's online. Oh, Kathy's online. All right, no strange.
Hi. Hi there. Morning, everybody. I don't have anything to present. I'm just going to read something. I want to share a couple of things I came across last week that I've reflected on. I've identified my concerns with situating a commercial battery storage facility on rural farmland before, outlining concerns with respect to the 49 attachments for the zoning bylaw application. But I'll let the professional experts speak to the technical contents of those reports. The Marchhurst Best is planned to be installed on rural farmland where farmers and residents rely on private drinking wells for water for their families and their livestock. While I support new technologies for energy production, storage, and distribution, I do not support battery facilities in the rural area. This project is the largest development project slated for this rural ward. This is not a case of NIMBYism. It's very simple. Should a catastrophic event happen, farmers and rural residents could have no water. With the current critical low level waters in the aquifer right now, this should be a wake-up call to everyone. Protect our aquifers and our wells at all costs and mitigate those risks by choosing another battery facility site with city-provided water. Recently, the city of North Bay is an example of potential impacts chemical may have on private wells. I just read the November 21st article in the Environmental Sciences Engineer magazine that said a proposed $105 million class action lawsuit has been launched against the federal government in the city of North Bay, Ontario, alleging the long-term release of PFAS chemicals from the Canadian Forces Base 22 Wing North Bay and the Jack Garland Airport contaminated private drinking wells in the surrounding community. However, none of the allegations in the lawsuit have yet been tested in court. The lawsuit seeks to represent all property owners with private wells within a 3-kilometer radius of the base and the airport, an area identified in the court filings as the contaminated sites. Plaintiff argued that both the federal government and the city allowed for the PFAS to migrate off-site and into the groundwater used by nearby residents. The city of North Bay and the Department of National Defense have a $20 million agreement in place to address the remediation at the airport. What can we learn from this situation? The suit alleges PFAS chemicals used on the site seeped into surrounding properties, and the lawsuit alleges the contamination traveled a 3-kilometer radius. Also, I just rewatched the 1988 movie, The Great Outdoors, with Dan Aykroyd, who plays Roman Craig, and John Candy, who plays Chet Ripley. In the veranda scene, Roman first asks Chet why he wants to come to a cabin surrounded by nature. Chet replies that this is beautiful country and that he wants his children to be able to create the same memories he had as a child. Chet then asks Roman, "What do you see out there?" And Roman replies, "I see the underdeveloped resources of Minnesota, northern Wisconsin, Michigan. I see a syndicated development consortium exploiting over $1.5 billion in the forest products. I see a paper mill and the strategic metals, if the strategic metals are there, a mining operation, a green belt between the condos on the lake, and a waste management facility focusing on the newest rage in toxic waste, medical refuge, low-grade radioactive waste, all safely contained in the lake and sealed for centuries." Roman then asks Chet, "Now I ask, what do you see?" Chet says he sees trees as they both look out over the lake and the mountains. This movie was released almost 40 years ago. The writers painted a potentially bleak glimpse into the future. Have we now arrived at their future? Do we substitute the lake and the nature scene in the movie with the Dunrobin pastoral farmland? Ottawa's rural wards encompass 80% of Ottawa's land, but only have 10% of the city's population. A commercial battery facility planned for farmland. Is this yet another case of disparity between rural and urban wards? As farmers, rural residents, decision makers, policy makers, stewards of the land, what vision, what reality are we contributing to for our children, our grandchildren, and others who come after us? I want to see Chet's perspective, not Roman's. And finally, folks, Beware of submarine developments that could suddenly pop up on the property beside you. Watch out for the city sign telling you that your neighbor may now be a mega solar farm, a wind turbine facility, or a battery storage facility. I leave you with those thoughts for your reflection. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathy. Not seeing any questions, but always appreciate you coming out to delegate. So thank you.
Thank you.
Vincent's next, then Jasona, then Trisha, then Robert. Vincent, you got 5 minutes.
Good morning, everyone. Does everyone hear me well?
You can, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Vincent Brunel. I'm a civil engineer in charge of all the grading and stormwater management of the South March project. I want to start with all the stormwater management is not something that we take lightly. It's really designed in a way to ensure the security and make sure that we don't affect the environment around the site. I want to start up by just talking about the actual stormwater management of this site. So all the water that's flowing within the site will be directed to a wet pond that will control the flow before sending it back to the environment. Uh, the use of this wet pond is to take out what we call the TSS, the total suspended solid, that brings a lot of contaminant down to the bottom of the pond. The water quality at the end of the pond will be good, as if there was no best site at this area. I want also to point out that the impermeable layer that was added to that site is actually an extra measure that was put in place to put an extra layer of protection on this site. As for my experience on every other best site that I did work on, there was no liner that was added because all the grade area of that site actually direct the water flowing on top of that compacted gravel towards that wet pond. Um, it was also designed to be higher than the existing ground to make sure that the water from the outside of the property doesn't flow within the property. That's where that diversion ditch was designed. And it was designed, it's not just a line on a drawing, it's designed to maintain the existing flows flowing towards that existing pond to make sure the water is not flowing faster and um, it's not disrupting the actual ground around. The land is a little bit longer, but all the slopes and size was designed to ensure that the existing property stays the same. Overall, that that design of that facility restrict the water from excessive water within that wet pond to make sure the flows outside is actually lower than what's anticipated right now. So the chance of flooding based on having that battery site is not higher than what's actually there right now. We control a lot of water and we using that wet pond as uh, just to hold some water to make sure we're not flooding downstream. And the last thing I want to add about that stormwater management is to have that control valve that will be able to be closed in case of any emergency. That way we can hold all the water within the site and ensure that no contaminant can go out of the wet pond before it's being tested and make sure the water is good before sending that water back to the environment or pumped out if there's any issues. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Vincent. I'm not seeing any questions, but thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
So Jasona, you're up next, then Trisha, followed by Robert.
Great. Thank you very much, Chair Brown. I'm just going to stick with my audio since I may have some connectivity issues. I'm speaking to you today from Alberta, so I'll say good afternoon to you all, even though it's still good morning here. And the reason I have submitted a number of documents on this application is that I'm currently a stakeholder, living very near to a BESS application in Alberta. And this application is very seriously being considered by our regulatory body. And since your regulatory body is charged with determining if this land use is appropriate, I'd like to just comment that most of the work I do is around inappropriately cited renewable energy projects. I'm not opposed to renewable energy, but the inappropriate citing of them is something that's really prevalent. And it's something that I believe your jurisdiction gives you some control over in this situation. I'm not surprised by the amount of comments that are made about the stakeholder engagement program, as it seems Brookfield has conducted themselves in a pretty typical fashion as to what a lot of developers do. They provide a lot of information, but the quality of that information may not be up to standards. I've spent the last 3 years evaluating documents and creating submissions to the legal teams that represent stakeholders and to the regulatory body themselves. And what I did was briefly look at 3 documents that I believe are quite insufficient, yet the documents themselves are the most critical ones for any risks that you're looking at to human health or ecological damage. I looked at their noise initial control memo and found that it is very, very inadequate. And, I really respect Mr. Kelly's questions about if these documents were submitted and were more adequate, would that satisfy people's concerns? And I think that these documents should be submitted more completely and more transparently. But if they were submitted, it may also just ensure the project denial, because the amount of information that has been withheld is really significant. When I created my submissions, I included some official public documents from the proceedings that I'm in, and the noise component is probably the most serious to human health. And I think that the number of residences that are nearby have not been adequately taken into consideration, especially where there's considerations for low frequency noise and for infrasound. As recent research, even just here in 2025, is showing that batteries produce a significant level of infrasound and low frequency noise simply from the fans that are employed to keep the batteries at a constant temperature. The next report that I looked at was their ESDM report, or something similar to an ESDM report, but it was missing so much important information. And the most critical part is the missing quantification of hydrogen fluoride. Here in Alberta, that is the hottest topic in every proceeding that is regarding batteries. And this one has omitted it. Now, that either is incompetence on the behalf of the consulting firm that was hired to make this report, or perhaps it was intentional by not giving the consulting report all of the information it needed in order to be complete. And that responsibility lies with the applicant. Regarding the hydrogeological terrain report, yes, thank you. There are so many considerations that have been missed. The first really important one is the weight of the batteries and the amount of pressure that they will put upon a very unstable hydrogeological table. And hopefully, what I would really just like to conclude with is that the responsibility has been given to your jurisdiction for this land use decision. Should you approve this decision, it sets a precedent for all of the following steps. And as many people have said, they do not have the opportunity to participate at those subsequent steps. And that is an advantage to the developer, because they would really likely want to see as least participation and as least opposition as possible. Thank you for allowing me the time to speak today.
Thank you very much for your delegation all the way from Alberta. I don't have any questions for you, so again, thanks so much. Next, we have Tricia Sandor, followed by Robert Sandor. So Tricia, we'll get you up first here. Robert, we see you online, but can you unmute yourself?
Okay.
Can
you hear me?
We can now. I was gonna say, can you hear me now? Good, like the old Verizon
Do
commercial, but you're all set.
Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Trisha Sandor, or I go by Tarsia. I am a resident of Dunrobin, and I don't think Dunrobin is the perfect location for BES, nor the approved zoning or the zoning that is up for approval. There's 95 lithium-ion BES facility fires as of March 25 around the world, and 7 more thermal incidences until October of 2025. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. BES is as safe as its last catastrophic incident. We have about 1,000 residents in Dunrobin, and I don't know if the municipality of Ottawa is aware of the fact that insurance companies will not insure us against a catastrophic incident of BES, thermal runaway fires, nor loss of property, business, livestock, contaminated groundwater sources, or human medical emergencies or injuries from fires or toxic gases. I came across a very extremely insightful article by Maggie Hope Braun. I quote, "Under the Municipal Act, councils are responsible for resident safety, financial prudence, and land stewardship, not for meeting private investment timelines or provincial procurement targets." So I would like to know who is going to protect us and compensate us for actual injury, damage, and rehabilitation, as well as rehabilitation from mental health, because those things can take several years to recover from, if ever. Not to speak about post-traumatic stress when there's a catastrophic incident. So Brookfield or Evolution states that they have this huge insurance policy or coverage of 100 million. Now, if there's 1,000 residents in this area, that would be $100,000 per person. And our properties and our effects are worth millions more. So who is going to take care of us if we become homeless, if there's a catastrophic incident? And furthermore, it would be next to impossible to access these insurance policies. We need proof of a policy, first of all, and second of all, of our project, because I don't see that anywhere. We need adequate compensation model showing how affected residents will be treated. Compensation for insurance premiums, because not only our insurance premiums, but our taxes are going to increase. Who must pay for that? We need compensation for property value loss, because we're definitely going to have that too. We are taking all the risks and we don't have any benefits. Many miles lie between say and do, so show us the money and show us the proof. Regarding the safety of the proposed site where the batteries are going to be, you can just throw a sheepskin over barbed wire and you can access the property. So if you talk about safety, I would think an electric fencing would be a better suggestion. I would urge you to read the article that was written by Maggie Hope Braun called Municipal Oversight Brief, BES Risks and Local Authority, a Council's Guide to Battery Energy Storage Projects in Canada. As most of you know, we have had severe drought. It's now downgraded to level 2, but it was level 3 before. and our wells and ponds and creeks and stormwater ponds and everything dried up. In their in Evolution's emergency response plan, they make reference of a stormwater pond or a reservoir. If that dries up, which will, because we saw disastrous things happen this past summer, where are they going to get the water from if that pond dries up? Are they going to have water trucks on speed dial?
Tricia, your time's elapsed. If you just want to take 10 seconds and wrap up.
Okay. Nobody or no one can be held responsible in their disclaimer. So my question is, will the city of Ottawa then take responsibility? We were all traumatized when we had the tornado here in Dunrobin. If there is a catastrophic incident, we are not going to have any zero quality of life. It will be far worse than the tornado. I urge you not to approve this project. Our families are our most valuable asset, together with our neighbors, farmers, and friends. Are you going to protect us like I would like to protect my family? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions, but would Robert be next to you by any chance?
Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. All right. So Robert, you've got 5 minutes to address the committee as well.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Just by background, I have spent over a year and a half in looking at Canada's national critical infrastructure, the status and the resiliency. I've also been a police officer, and I've worked on Wall Street. Number one, the financial and the life cycle risk. We're being asked to approve of BESS, but the lifespan of the batteries really goes up to about 10 to 15 years at the most. So what happens after that? Will the council be responsible for seeing that there's a bond to do the recycling of the batteries and the recycling of the land? Secondly, will there be a bond to ensure the protection of the residents and their goods and their people? In terms of safety, cyber's already been mentioned. Ottawa is a national capital. We are now, with the increase of what we're doing with the allies and increased in national investment and defense, we will be targets. So as a result, hacking, we need to ensure that that takes place in terms of protection and safeguards. In terms of safety, at that meeting last week, they said, well, the winds are northwest. Well, we get that prevailing wind. So when there's a plume, that lingering ash is going to come over us. Who's going to protect us from that? The city? Or will there be a bond with much more than 100 million in collateral damage? Also, when the wind is southeast, what does it hit? It puts in peril the 1,400 students at the West Carleton High School, plus the teachers, the maintenance people, and everyone there. So they haven't done that work. Next, who will pay for the fire departments in terms of the equipment? They don't have the equipment now to handle this. And I suggest that there be another bond put up by Brookfield to ensure that there is funding and for the pumper trucks and all the specialized equipment they're going to need. So there's a financial risk to everybody and as well to the city. Also, and bringing it down to local, there's no benefit to us of this. We'd get more benefit by putting a wire across from Dunrobin, high voltage, into Quebec and get Quebec Hydro funding or Quebec Hydro access, much like they do in Hawkesbury. Also, Station 45 is too far away from the proposed structure. It takes they've got a couple of traffic lights, whereas there's only one here in Dunrobin. And so once again, the company Evolution has not done its homework. So once again, the bylaw should not be changed. If it goes through, then we're also going to be going against provincial planning statements, as was read up at the front, because it won't be there. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I'm not seeing any questions, but appreciate both of you joining us today virtually. Now, we've been going for about 3 hours, so I'm going to suggest that we recess until 1:20 p.m. And when we come back, we're going to have Sue Yoshi as our first delegate, followed by Corianne and then Teresa DeMarco. So we'll be back here at 1:20. Sorry. All right, we're gonna get started in about a minute. Welcome back, everyone. And yes, Sue, thank you. Long awaited. Excited to hear what you have to say. You just have to hit the button there. There you go. You're
Okay.
live.
Thank you. In our society, we are governed by the rule of law. A government cannot do anything unless it's authorized by law. On the contrary, individuals or corporations can do anything unless it's prohibited by law. Evolution employees have their job to do for their shareholders, and the City of Ottawa has its job to do for its residents. That is the most important job right now. Under the Provincial Planning Act, land use cannot be changed without proper assurance that environment, public health, and safety are assured. Decisions should not be made without all the information up front. All the boxes must be ticked fully rather than a promise to complete once approval has been received. The City of Ottawa is supposed to protect its residents. The council has the exceptional power to change a bylaw as long as it follows the Provincial Planning Act. Zoning bylaws are in place for assurance and predictability. Residents who chose to live in the rural area expect predictability that rural will stay rural. They do not expect to have a massive industrial business that comes with several significant risks that, if they occur, are irreversible. Recently, council turned down a rezoning request for another rural property needed to keep their small business afloat. Surely the scale of the Marchurst Best should also be turned down. The Marchurst Best land is designated as rural countryside, green space, and an environmental protection zone. It absolutely should remain that way. It is the reason that people move there, to live the quiet rural life versus the bustle of an urban environment. This is a drastic rezoning request that should absolutely that would absolutely and negatively impact our rural way of life and cannot be what our city forefathers had intended rezoning applications to be used for. After the Fitzroy Harbor attempt, the plans for a bus in this area of wells and other rural attributes should have ended there. The risk of a best catastrophe is small, but if it affects you, it's huge. Many families, homes, wells, animals, and the environment, small businesses, and emergency responders could be affected. As humans, we do things to protect our children and pets as they cannot do so for themselves. As rural residents, we must protect the future of the land, water, and animals as they cannot do it for themselves. The use of BESS facilities is clearly needed to meet future demand. Such a Goliath project, though, in that location by a company who has never done one, let alone next to a protected wetland with species at risk, is not a wise choice. Evolution has shown disregard for the residents in Ward 5. No town hall early on, despite promises, significant inaccuracies in their literature, and lack of notices to nearby farms to advise them of the town hall when it did happen. The lack of knowledge of the local area and weather patterns, wind directions, and their plan for the water shutoff via remote connection may not be reliable with poor signal and poor power outages causing the cell tower batteries to die after 4 hours. They were unsure how the geomembrane would be fitted on top or beneath the concrete. They planned for trees to cover the facility from local view. Are these trees going to be significantly large enough given how long trees take to grow and the expected life of the project? They had a significant inability to answer several questions at the town hall, even with their experts present. Carl from Evolution told us that our property values would increase. We would have cheaper electricity rates and more power for local use because of the BESS being near us. That is certainly not true. Their emergency response plan has been revised 4 times, the latest being October. It lists the entrance on William McEwen Drive and the winds are stated to be out of the east, all of which are a copy and paste from another location. So that means neither anyone from Evolution or the city of Ottawa has caught this error after 4 revisions. And we're supposed to trust that good decisions will be made. BESSes are a relatively new and rapidly changing technology, so perhaps the city should not rush into many projects with a company such as Evolution. There already is a smaller project approved at the Trail Road site, but I sadly feel the fix is in. This ARAC voted down the MSR for this BESS in June, and not even a week later, some of those minds were quickly changed, even stating reluctance to do so. Your job is to do what is right for the residents of Ottawa, not what pressure from above tells you to do. Your obligation
Sue,
under the
your time's
rule of
elapsed, so I'll just get you to wrap up.
Yep, your obligation under the rule of law cannot be met unless proper processes have followed and you are assured that this project is safe. Is that a risk you are prepared to take based on the incomplete information you have before you? Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for hanging in with us through the break. I'm not seeing any question. Oh, Vice Chair.
Thank you very much for your delegation, and just the way you ended there, I wanted to follow up because you had mentioned incomplete studies and some of the risks involved in the project. And you're someone who lives nearby, I believe. Would you be more comfortable? I don't want to say 100% comfortable, but would you be more comfortable with our ability to make a decision on something like this and put in mitigations in terms of the risks if these studies were completed at this time?
Yes, if we had upfront information and honest information from the get-go without a lot of defensive sort of answers that we tried to get, it would make a lot of us feel better, but I'm not sure the damage that has been done can be undone in regards to trust.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Sue. Corianne, welcome back to committee. You've got 5 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Corianne Terai, and I live about 1.5 kilometers from the proposed BESS site. If I'm being honest with myself, I really struggled with what to say today. It feels like no one's listening and no one values rural communities anymore. I pass by the proposed site at least twice a day, and each time I'm reminded that our environment is being traded away for profit, and it breaks my heart. Suddenly, our forever home has become our just for now home, and that's what this project has done to our community. It has already changed how we live and how we feel about the place we call home. This is not about the technology, it's about the location, and I want to repeat that. It is not about the technology. It's about the location. We are not against innovation or renewable energy, but we are against placing this project in a location that destroys agricultural farmland, wildlife habitat, and the rural character of our community. There are serious environmental and safety concerns, not just the operating risks, but even during construction. Increased traffic, dust, noise during construction is inevitable. And even with the noise walls, continuous sound will disturb residents and the wildlife. Even at the earliest stages of construction, where they're going to cause significant disruption to local ecosystems and immediate consequences for wildlife habitats before the project has even become operational. This zoning amendment sets a dangerous precedent. If approved, it opens the door for more industrial projects in rural zones, eroding the very identity of our community. When I listened to the BESS proposal for the Carp Airport earlier today, it made sense. This one does not. Many questions raised back in June about safety, environmental impact, noise, emergency preparedness still haven't been fully answered, and studies are still incomplete. How is that okay? And why are they not done? Until these issues are addressed, moving forward with this amendment is premature, and it's not in the best interest of our community. Saying no to this location does not mean saying no to progress. It means saying yes to responsible planning, yes to preserving ecosystems, and yes to respecting the people who live here. I am not against renewable energy, but this is not the right location, and I urge you and council to reject the zoning amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions for the delegate? Not seeing any. Thank you very much, Corianne, for coming back out today. Next, we have Teresa DeMarco, followed by Gutam Shaw, and then Judy Macon. So Teresa, you're up next.
Could you please start the video? I would like to show you a video of where Evolution wants to situate the BESS and the community that surrounds it. It seems that experts hired by Evolution do not know where the proposed BESS site is located. One dev app stated Richmond, another near the Trail Road. In a radio interview with 580 CFR, Evolution implied that the BESS would be situated in the middle of nowhere, far from anything and anyone. This is not the case. As you see, the BESS is beside rural homes. These are large properties that are hidden, and I try to respect my neighbors' privacy, so you can only see their mailboxes and driveways. The farms are further south and east of the BESS. Dunrobin is further south, further east rather, and to the west is the protected land owned by the city. The land to the right is the only Canadian Shield terrain in the Ottawa Valley, and that's why it was protected. So this is a property that's, yeah. We are now approaching my neighborhood, Saddlebrook Estates, located on John Asafer Drive. This is the only entrance and exit to the community. The road is very long, curvy road with trees abutting them. Most properties have the trees near their driveways or abutting abutting them. That's the electrical. In October or November, the area has heavy winds always. And the tornado that hit a few years back was closer to the Thomas Dolan Road, just north of the BESS site. The fall winds always bring down trees on the main road and driveways. The community deals with fallen trees, given the city can take weeks to respond to emergency in this area. Last year, when the burns overflow, my neighbor's driveway was washed away. He had to wait weeks for the city to make the repairs to the damage. So you see our infrastructure is all above ground, and that's because of the granite. We are in the back of my property, heading to the city of Ottawa owned land that is situated behind the BESS. This area is significant wetland. That water flow is to move water around the community. The city does that and repairs it. It has projects to keep the water flowing. A disabled person, an elderly person, or a small child will not be able to escape through the back of this property. These are granite outcroppings. Given that the only feasible exit for Saddlebrook residents is the Marchhurst exit, I've been asking Evolution and the fire department for a community escape plan. In emailing with the chief, he assured me that the fire officials would risk their lives to rescue me. I would be on a list. Hopefully the list is kept up to date. Now, this is the pond that's coming up. This is more of the size of the lake. It is the length of John Asafer from Edith Margaret Road to the end of John Asafer Road. It's frozen over now. Given the season, the ducks, the deer, the turtles, the foxes, the bears, the multitude of birds, and the beavers are not visible. Also, the foliage from the trees and the fauna are also not visible. But it's very beautiful in the summer. It's just the mosquitoes that you have to deal with. There is a huge amount of mosquitoes. Taxpayers' dollars and money from the Ontario Heritage Trust were used to purchase and protect this land. I do not understand why council is even considering putting an industrial site near protected land, near rural communities and home. This is the wrong location for a BESS. I urge you not to approve the project. Thank you for your time and for watching the video.
Thank you very much. For a moment there, I thought the video was narrating itself, but I realized that you were doing it live. So thank you very much. I think that's a first for this committee. I'm not seeing any questions, but thank you very much for your delegation. Gutam, you're next, followed by Judy and then Jennifer Hubbard.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and then hi, everyone. My name is Gautam Shah, and I am a resident of Ward 1. I'm also on the board of cafes, and I have one of my businesses in energy as a service for renewable and clean energy. As we all know, that the distributed energy resource is a future. Just to give you an example, that 1 terawatt of battery capacity will be stored in the cars in North America by year 2030, in your garages and in our driveways. So, and this is the total US power generation capacity is 1.3 terawatts. So you can imagine that this technology is here to stay, and it will help us grow to maintain our lifestyle that we are expecting, and also at the same time, the expectation from our energy grids. ESA, Electrical Safety Authority, has allowed with their bulletin 64-8-2 in 2024, they allowed up to 40 kilowatt of same technology of battery in our basements. And they must have thought about all these things that we have been talking about. So I'm not scared of the technology. I'm not scared of the risk, because the risks are being mitigated by the manufacturers, by the industry, and by the safety authorities. And they are putting things in place that I, a law-abiding citizen, I trust in our municipality, in our safety authorities, and everything else that needs to be around all this to make sure that our lifestyles are maintained. I'm an environmentalist. I would not do anything to harm our environment. At the same time, we know that this renewable technology, these battery capacities and clean energy is required. And it will have to have a home, and that home has to be somewhere. But I will not be a proponent of cutting any kind of cutting short on our policies on our environmental protection. So this is something that definitely is near and dear to my heart, and I'm sure our municipality and Evolution will continue to make sure that we mitigate those risks. With climate adaptation, right? So this is part of the climate adaptation, and our city is very much aware of this. And you know what I'd like to challenge our municipality, that if we have this kind of battery storage capacity in CARP or anywhere in our municipality, I would like to challenge our like councillors to make sure that these battery capacities are available when there is a need, like there's a climate disaster or a climate issues, or we need the local backup. So these kind of batteries are used to supply our residents in Ottawa. That's the challenge for the councillors. And in terms of individual households, we are all willing to take the risks of the same battery technology, like in our basements, in our laptops, in same thing, same risk, and we fly in the air with those things. So we are taking those risks. We are willing to take those risks, but at the same time, we are fearful, and for some reason, why, I don't know, because these technologies are improving every day as we speak. And in my home battery that I have in my basement, it does not, it gives, like it shuts down when it goes beyond 150 degrees centigrade. But the LFP is like 270 degrees centigrade is the one that it is rated for. right? When it's a thermal energy, it's a runaway, right? So these technologies are there, and there is a fire retardant inside the battery in our home. So I expect like the commercial batteries to be a lot better than this. So what I would urge that people to make sure that we follow the rules of environmental protection, and we need the clean energy that these sites or these installations provide, so that as a community, we continue to have the lifestyles that we expect. Thank you very much, and appreciate the opportunity to talk.
Thank you very much. Right on time. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any. Thanks so much for coming out. Appreciate it. And then Councillor Luloff is saying goodbye to you. Next, we have Judy, followed by Jennifer, and then Jeff Wright. So Judy, there you are. 5 minutes. The floor is yours.
Hello again. I'm Dr. Judy Macon, a retired psychologist and a Carp Village resident in Ward 5. How can you support this zoning bylaw amendment after hearing all this opposition? The staff report confirms that all the setback requirements have been met, and this site is recommended as appropriate for this use. The environmental impact statement shows a safe setback from nearby natural heritage features, and there will be a no net loss standard applied. Ottawa Fire Services will continue to review and update the emergency response plan, and I'm sure Ottawa Fire Chief Hutt will have the final authority on safety planning and preparedness. So theoretically, this zoning decision should be pretty straightforward for you, right? Unfortunately, it's become very divisive, as you know, and as you've heard again today. So let's talk about the risks. Anything built on that land would bring a certain degree of risk. If we built a barn there, grain silos, a house, equipment sheds, any and all of which could catch fire. Our local firefighters are trained and equipped to manage many fires in West Carleton every year with backup support as needed. And I have the greatest confidence that Chief Hutt will insist on having all the right training and all the right equipment to manage the worst case scenario for this project. As for property values, I believe they are unlikely to be affected, as the promised berm and tree cover will shield the project from view. By contrast, an intensive agricultural facility such as an industrial scale pig or chicken farm, if that were to be built in the same location, would result in a lot more smell, noise, traffic, and potential groundwater pollution, with much more impact on resale values of nearby homes. But is there zero risk? No technology is zero risk. The off-quoted EPRI website with industry data shows BESS incidents have sharply declined in the last 3 years with new technology, and these are now approaching zero. So much like the risk of a car accident that all of us took this morning and driving here today, despite the known risks, we got in our trucks and cars and drove on our busy roads. But we're much more comfortable taking a familiar risk. This is a known risk, and I think the risks we're talking about today are largely unknown and therefore a lot more scary. I believe the fear and anxiety you've heard today is about taking these unfamiliar risks. But I want you to also consider the local benefits, because your decision today is basically one of deciding whether the benefits outweigh the risks. In terms of energy, this is a huge grid-sized project, and the energy from a 250 megawatts could power 250,000 homes, enough for all of Centre, Town, West, and suburban Ottawa for a peak 4 hours every day. For local power, in the event of a prolonged power outage, I've been reassured that this stored energy could be redirected back to West Carleton through Hydro One lines. This could and should be a lifesaver for families without heat or air conditioning in such a hydro emergency, such as an ice storm or tornado. the Community Benefit Fund of $250,000 for 20 years for a total of $5 million. Thank you. Could provide significant support to youth groups, community groups, recreation, and seniors programs. As an active volunteer with many such groups, such as West Carleton Disaster Relief, this level of funding would be a game changer and transformative in our area. So I'm asking you to show leadership rezoning this land to allow the project to proceed, at which point all of us who you hear from today can continue to respond and send in our questions and concerns and suggestions. Councillor Kelly has often echoed the words of Ward 5 residents, saying we want our lovely rural countryside to stay rural, peaceful, quiet, and natural. Yep, sign me up. But can we honestly expect no change in Ward 5? Despite knowing Ottawa is growing, our grid needs more capacity and stability, and climate change is here? That would be unrealistic and selfish.
I'll just get you to wrap up.
Okay, I will. So whether we like it or not, our cherished rural area is part of the City of Ottawa. You are our City of Ottawa councillors, and your task is to do what's best for the City of Ottawa as a whole. Please weigh the many benefits carefully when you make your decision today. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming out. Jennifer Hubbard, you're next, followed by Jeff Wright and then Scott McLeod. So Jennifer, you're next.
Okay, thank you. Can see my slides?
We'll get them up there for you.
Perfect, thank you. Okay, thank you for considering my delegation. My name is Jennifer Hubbard. I'm a veterinarian and a resident of West Carleton. I live off-grid in West Carleton on a farm where the majority of our energy is produced by wind and solar and stored in our small-scale BESS. I oppose this amendment that proposes the rezoning of these rural lands for industrial purposes. In contrast to Judy, it's not about no change, it's about the appropriate change. And I think that's why we're looking at the zoning today. So you'll see here that I have 3 images. And of these 3 sites, the 2 on the left have met very little opposition. So these are 3 sites of BESS in the Ottawa area. And so since we're here to consider appropriate zoning, let's consider what makes each of these an appropriate site for industry, such as this industrial BESS. So on the left, we have the Trail Road facility. It's adjacent to a landfill and a mineral extraction zone, and the land can't be used for other purposes. In the center, we have the Carp Airport site. This site is adjacent to the runway, and the purpose of this land is to facilitate airport operations, so it can't be used for anything else. And then finally, we have the South March site on the right. So why is this Green Ridge appropriate for industry? It's quite the contrast to the other 2 images that you can see. Well, because Brookfield says it is, because Brookfield has a highly lucrative contract at stake here, and it's on a short deadline. So the reality is that there's nothing specific about this land that makes it suitable for industry, aside from its proximity to high voltage transmission lines, which is what formerly Evolution, now Brookfield, has said. Yet the proximity to high voltage lines makes this site no more unique for this purpose than thousands of other kilometers of land in our province. Westbridge Energy, in its teleconference, confirmed that at the municipality level and even at the provincial level, they claim, it doesn't matter where we produce and store energy so long as we produce and store enough of it. So this project could be sited on any other pre-existing waste or industrial lands that would be appropriate zoning. Next slide, please. So what makes this land inappropriate for rezoning for industrial purposes? Well, for years, part of it has been used for agriculture. We lose 319 acres on average per day of the only land in Ontario that's capable of contributing to food security. Rezoning will only enable this loss. The remainder of the land is an environmental protection zone. This is land that we choose to not even hike on for 3 months of the year in order to protect it. Next slide, please. It should go without saying that a fragile ecosystem does not cease to be fragile as soon as it encounters a man-made zoning boundary that separates it from industry. So why are we even considering this rezoning? Some of the strongest proponents here today, who have just come before me as well, proponents of this rezoning this fragile ecosystem for industry, claim they are doing so because they support environmental sustainability. What incredible cognitive dissonance. I don't understand it. Next slide, please. The reality is we're only considering this rezoning because our provincial government is bullying the city. The IESO will not claim responsibility nor compromise, and Brookfield doesn't want to lose the contract that will gain it millions in profits. So I'll leave you with a hypothetical question. If I, Jennifer Hubbard, someone no of you know from anyone else, were proposing the rezoning of this land so that I could build my lithium iron phosphate battery plant, would you approve this rezoning in spite of the 1,500 locals who oppose it? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation, Jennifer. Are there any questions from my colleagues? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for coming out today. Appreciate it. Next is Jeff Wright, followed by Scott McLeod.
Oh, good afternoon, everyone. It's good to see everyone again. My name is Jeff Wright. I'm the Senior VP of Development at Brookfield Renewable, and I'm joined by my colleagues Ken Little, who's VP of Development, and Carl Hausler, who's a project director for the 2 Ottawa battery projects. Next slide, please. Let me start by saying that batteries have become a standard piece of utility equipment that is being installed in all modern electricity grids around the world. This is a picture that doesn't seem to be showing up there, but of the Power Titan 2.0, which was chosen by our technical team following a lengthy review process for its maturity, its high quality, and its safety record. And one thing I'll say about the battery that we chose is we can drive down and we can go and see projects in operation that are using this battery today. The manufacturer has been a major supplier of electrical equipment for 30 years, and this proven experience is an important part of our choice. Sorry, next slide, please. The IESO has contracted 26 batteries across Ontario because they are the safest and most cost-effective tool to meet growing electricity needs and manage daily fluctuations in supply and demand in our grid. Battery technology has matured quickly as global deployments have accelerated over the past decade. We have seen improved chemistries and robust standards that continue to evolve. There are now safer configurations where the projects are containerized and installed in large, open outdoor spaces. Next slide, please. Brookfield is one of the largest battery developers in the world with nearly 50,000 megawatts of batteries in operation, under construction, or in development. In addition, our global teams have a long track record of safely operating large utility infrastructure, such as major hydro dams that have been in service for over 100 years. Carl, Ken, and myself get the full benefit of the shared knowledge across this large organization, and we're using those best practices to build the projects here locally. Brookfield prides itself on a safe and disciplined culture, and this reputation matters a lot to us. Battery energy storage is a strategically important technology for our company, and so we are working hard every single day to build the very best projects. I will now turn the mic over to Carl, who can tell you a bit more about the project in particular.
Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate to be here again, councilors. Next slide, please. So before I get into it, just want to re-emphasize that we're very proud to be developing this great project with our First Nation partner, the Algonquins of Pikwakanagan. This is a rendering of our project, giving you a visualization to show how it's going to be constructed and what it will look like when it's completed. It's a 250 megawatt battery site, roughly on about 15 acres, just under, rezoned on rural countryside. The site is comprised of key things, as others have mentioned today. There's a substation, 256 battery containers with some noise walls for audio potential impacts, and a stormwater management system to capture all the runoff. A couple of things just to reemphasize on local engagement and consultation that we've added into this site are things like the landscaping. There's a berm that's just to the right of the image that you can't see, but I'd say the most critical piece to date had been the impermeable barrier, which we'll get into later in the next slides. So next slide, please. Sorry, pardon me, before the next slide. The last thing I want to leave you with is as we'd mentioned previously in previous engagements with ARAC, we are going to be committing to at least a $250,000 per year community development fund, which will look to allocate funds directly in the communities.
1 minute.
Next slide. So ongoing consultation has been thing for us that has been taking place over the last 1.5 to 2 years. We've taken feedback from the public and factored this into our designs over various ways, shapes, or forms. We've presented at the local universities and colleges. We've engaged with the OFS on various occasions, whether it's training or information. We've also done door knocking campaigns, open houses, and town halls, which has led to adapting to the feedback and incorporating things into the designs I had mentioned before for visual impacts, stormwater management, and contamination prevention. Next slide, please. So this is just a brief video, just overviewing how we have implemented the impermeable barrier. So if you could play, please, it'd be appreciated.
Maybe just to be in recognizing time here, that video is available on our website. People are encouraged to go and look at it if they'd like. Also, in the interest of time, Steve and Molly from Stantec, they will not do the presentation unless people want to see it, but they are here to answer questions.
If you don't mind, Chair, I just have one point I wanted to add. It was just on the back of the video is we understand it's been a long consultation process. I just want to give you the reassurance that regardless of the outcomes, we are still going to be taking consultation and inquiry, so we welcome them.
Thank you very much. And your delegation presentation has been saved on the shared drive for the city as well. So if someone does want to see it, you can reach out to the committee coordinator and we'll make sure you get that, or as the delegate said, it's available on their website. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. Certainly has been a long process. I think we've all been at this for the better part of a couple of years now. And as you saw today, earlier today, I, without hesitation, provided my support for an MSR for a battery energy storage system in West Carleton March. As I said, it was the right technology, it was the right location, and the consultation was better. So that is what's possible. And I wanted to discuss with you guys today, and obviously you've heard it over and over again, the displeasure with the consultation piece. And you guys had an open house, I believe it was back in February, if I'm not mistaken, at West Carleton Secondary School. There was talk and promises of a town hall event where people could come and raise their hand, ask questions, hear the answers together. And we were talking about having that next week or hearing about that next week back in February. So I guess the first question is particularly given the perception amongst the public. Why did you wait till 6 days before this meeting to have that town hall?
Thank you, Councilor Kelly, and through the chair. So yes, we had very many discussions, obviously with your office as well, about a potential town hall and what the right timing was. People wanted to openly address their concerns in a public setting with the group, which we definitely respect and we're willing to participate in. Part of the reason why we had pushed it out was, and is the main driver behind this was, we wanted to give people the substance they needed to actually review and understand the project filings before having a town hall where we didn't have, publicized studies. So we felt it was appropriate for us to, once we are deemed complete in the zoning application with the City of Ottawa, to produce those reports publicly, give them a few weeks to digest and come back to a town hall prepped with questions and inquiries to ask live.
And just to be clear, how many of those studies and reports are finalized at this point?
All these site assessments and everything needed to inform the studies is completed. It's more just evaluating the studies and understanding people's comments. Like, we're still taking public comments. We're going to go through the site plan process, as others had reiterated, with different departments within the city, like the right-of-way office or the fire office with Paul Hutt and Chief Hutt and his crew. So all the investigation piece, the surveys, the monitoring, that is being completed. It's a matter of just finalizing the studies in the right way, shape, and form for the applicant.
So they're not final?
The evaluations are final, and it's more as we go through the next stages in the planning process to conclude any comments that may be on the studies.
So just to be clear, are they being finalized or are they final?
The studies are still within review of the city of Ottawa through the site plan control process and now the latter end of the zoning process. The investigations required to inform those studies, monitoring, so on, and surveys are completed. It may just be some final clarifications needed with the studies.
So not finalized?
I'm gonna ask our guests in the gallery to refrain, please, and Vice Chair, perhaps we can ask staff about the.
Sure, I can move on to my next question, Chair. At the town hall that you had 6 days ago, I was happy to hear that you were thinking of incorporating some of the ideas that were raised that night. There was mention of taking a few points back to your group. There was mention of perhaps having an online forum where residents who live nearby or people in the community could interact with you guys and get answers to their questions as things go. So understanding that your application meets all the criteria for a complete zoning bylaw amendment application, can you look back to your preparation of that application before it was submitted and say that some of those concerns weren't considered until 6 days ago?
Appreciate that comment, Councillor Kelly, and through the chair. We definitely took public feedback and factored them into our application, absolutely. We did not deliberately omit any specific instance, and I can't recall if there was, but absolutely any comments that had merit that were needed to be addressed to our best ability, we have incorporated them.
But just in terms of some of the concerns that you heard the other night that you were going to take back, do you have any further actions or items that you'd like to let the public know today that you heard the other night that you will be taking action on?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, we absolutely. So we took detailed notes and recordings throughout that throughout the town hall. We're working with one of our consulting firms to kind of capture that and break down a list as what we can action on. In this forum that you're mentioning, we are seriously considering it. We really appreciate the local community for bringing that to our attention, and it's something we would absolutely be willing to participate in the right forum for sure.
So
well, and in cadence.
So you will commit to having that public forum where you can interact with members of the community?
We will commit to continued public consultation. We are reviewing the exact metric and forum. We are very open to this concept. We just haven't had enough time for over the past week to meet internally and gather that we are aligned with that. But I can say that it seems totally reasonable and something we would look forward to.
Okay. And obviously, if you're just addressing some of these concerns now, you could agree that does make residents a little hesitant to trust that you will address these issues moving forward.
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. My response to that is where we are, I think, is appropriate in the application and planning process. And I think we've shown that we respect and value people's comments and inquiries, and we are willing to factor those in. And we've shown that in a few various ways, shapes, and forms, and we'll continue to do that. So to give people the peace of mind, you have further questions, please raise them, bring them to our attention. Just because a zoning application goes or does, just because this would be going through, we definitely want to maintain that channel and communication path in case anybody has concerns or comments they would like addressed.
Just in terms of some of the longer term concerns that the members of my community have about decommissioning, the future of the company, where it might go. I believe there are numerous examples, but I will point to Canada Lakes and the issue with the golf course there. So we have developments where there's a 30 or 40-year-old agreement with the developer still in place, which hasn't been fulfilled the entire project as agreed by staff and council. So there does seem to be very few mechanisms to force companies to actually respond to the concerns so far down the line, which I know is a concern of people in my community, especially when companies fold or ownership changes hands, townships amalgamate. What assurances are you giving the residents that in the case of a concern that comes down to knowing who is responsible for what in the future, that there will be an avenue for those residents' grievances to be heard and potentially acted upon?
Thank you for that question, Councillor Kelly. To that end, we still have discussions in terms of speaking to decommissioning operations plans. We do plan on having staff locally who will be available and we'll have communication pathways during operations for any concerns, questions, any continued conversations on that end. But the decommissioning in particular, if I can just maybe reframe that question, Councillor Kelly, for confirmation, it's the thoughts of ensuring decommissioning and compliance to those agreements from the company.
Okay.
Oh, I was just confirmation on that.
Sorry, what are you looking for confirmation on?
Oh, just the question around the concerns on decommissioning as you're talking to Canada Lakes and those assurances.
So you exist right now as a company and you're going to manage the project, but there's no assurances for my residents that you will continue to manage the project 30 or 40 years down the line. So when something happens 20 years from now, who do my residents go to?
So for us, with the way that we'll be operating with the city, we are discussing through site plan and other pieces what the decommissioning plan will be and obligations for us to hold with that. And we also have the obligations with the ISO for continued delivery of power through that contract, in which they hold security as well for our performance.
So just to confirm that this is another aspect that you're looking to confirm during the site plan process.
Correct.
I think that's fair, but maybe if I may, Chair, I mean, we have operated hydro dams that have been in service for hundreds of years. We are just over there in Gatineau, and I understand that, you know, that's sort of seen to be outside of the city, but we're very much part of the national capital region here. So I think, you know, in reference to your question, what Ken said is we're exploring sort of decommissioning security around these projects. But the reality is we are a large Canadian company that operates infrastructure. And so we're going to do things that are aligned with industry standards here. And that's the discussion we're going to have with the city.
Okay. Can you walk the committee through, just to hammer down on this a little more? I want to make it very clear for everyone. So can you walk the committee through the 5 official plan items that must be reviewed before zoning? Forest setback, wildland fire assessment, 150 meters sensitive receptor setback confirmed by noise control study, environmental impact study, Ottawa fire satisfactory emergency response plans and commissioning and decommissioning plan, which we just discussed. So I know your answer on that one, but for each, could you point to the final document, which are still drafts, and why should zoning proceed before they are final?
So as I mentioned earlier, Councillor Kelly, in response to the chair, it's an iterative process. We've taken all the monitoring and surveys and we've informed our studies to the point where this is the information, the data set we plan off of. It's not just a one and done. This goes through a zoning process, which is coming to latter stages, and then it's followed by a rigorous site plan process. So environmental impact is at a point, for example, and I'd say our fire system design, as well as emergency response, so on and so forth, they've gotten to a point where we were deemed complete for our zoning application. We've met the core deliverables required to fulfill that application and run it through its process. This wasn't just, you know, a quick and dirty, for lack of better terms. This is a very thorough, detailed process where we assessed potential impacts. We implemented things like offsetting strategies. We looked at, you know, what's the decommissioning of this facility and other securities that are associated with that within our existing contracts and what's to be with the city of Ottawa. So I would say from where we are in the permitting process, we have completed the required subsets to make a very informed and proper zoning decision, and we will still remain committed to adapting to feedback we get through the process.
You're relying on 150 meter setback to the nearest home and lot. So I'm wondering if you could explain to the residents and to the committee what worst case battery fire plume scenario was used to confirm 150 meters is safe for a 250 megawatt installation.
So the 150 meter setback was it was out in the official plan amendment issued by the city, where they say for primary use best, for a sensitive use building like a residence, you need to maintain that 150 meter setback. Our setbacks are much greater. They're 170 to 200 meters. They're getting further, and that's just getting to the stormwater pond. If you actually get a batteries, it's even further than that. We did what is known to inform our emergency response and our fire safety planning. We do what's known as air dispersion modeling. And basically, essentially, they light a container on fire and burn it, and they measure the contaminants, see it, carbon monoxide, hydrofluoride, contaminants that could cause impacts to life and health. When they concluded that study and they run it in the absolute worst case scenarios, they say that toxic limits, they have a standard table per the province of Ontario that outlines like these limits that could impact life and health, or everyday life and health, that a 30-meter working distance would be safe to be set back if the emergency responder was to ever manage an incident.
Was that test done at this site that we're talking about today?
We ran air dispersion modeling for this test, and it was also physically validated through SunGrows. They run what they call a burn test. It's the UL 9540A, where they basically heat these containers up at about 600 or 700 degrees Celsius for about 5 or 6 hours until they combust. And then they let the container burn out right to the ground without doing anything to it. And they also position them adjacent to one another by 6 inches to see if they propagate fire one to another. And they've proven with this technology that they do not.
The official plan requires a noise control study for zoning. Why did you provide only a preliminary noise options memo? And what are the modeled nighttime noise levels at each nearby residence today?
Thank you. That's a great question. Thank you, Councilor Kelly, and through the chair. So we engaged the industry leading acoustical monitoring consulting firm in the province. They've done this for decades and have a very in-depth experience when it comes to battery. The reason why that memo was provided is because it gave us 4 options that could kind of keep us in compliance. One of them was not, but the other 3 options were to keep us in compliance, and we chose the most conservative one that also aided majorly visual impacts to residents. And to answer your question about the nighttime, I can't remember the exact limit, but what we can say, like it was somewhere around 40 to 45 dB. I'm going off memory. But what I can say is that we've designed the facility that none of these sensitive use receptors, the residents' houses, are going to be impacted outside of the provincial and city's requirements.
But just to confirm, this is a preliminary study, right?
There will be no further iteration. That this is a worst case scenario. There will be no further iterations. I would not consider this like this is going to be worse after further evaluation. This is the study informing our decision.
Will there be post-construction testing?
There is post-construction testing that happens through operations.
Would you accept a holding provision until that time?
Holding provision on the zoning?
Yes.
I can't exactly answer that, but my personal opinion was it's far too great of a risk for us to accept the holding provision to put the facility into service and then monitor after.
Chair and Vice Chair, if I may, on that one, they would be unable to build the facility if there's a holding provision on it. So therefore they could not do there could not be a holding provision for a monitoring prior to construction.
Good point, Mr. Willis.
If there's one thing, sorry, I don't mean chair, there's a part I'd like to add that's probably positive. Like if we observe in our monitoring noise nonconformances, which given the studies are so conservative, we wouldn't, we are forced to react to that and manage it so that we are in compliance.
I know that, I'm thankful that Chief Hutt is here today with looks like a solid team behind him. And obviously people have seen the many videos of best fires across the world and you've seen the concerns from the community on that. Although I think we all admit that the chances of the fire are low, but what would occur if it did happen is concerning to the residents of West Carleton. Do you have a written Ottawa Fire Services? Have they written to you in an official capacity that they are satisfied with the emergency response plan, hazard mitigation, and plume plans today? Or are you asking council to zone based on living drafts?
So I don't want to speak on behalf of Chief Hutt, and what I can say is we've had very positive collaboration with them. We've gotten to a point in our zoning application where that collaboration and drafting is to a point where it was suitable for the zoning application. Well, the way and Chief Hutt, please correct me if I'm wrong. The way I see this panning out is we'll take this another level in the site plan application where we get this closer to an issue for construction and design. It is not sealed, signed, and final at that point. It's to a point where, to that point, it's acceptable site plan. We agree. The final sign off of this, and this is from my understanding of the discussions and consultations we've had with the city, is that We're actually going to run a dry run test when the city goes, when the facility goes operational, or it's close to the months coming into it before we officially go operational. And we're going to test the ERP. We're going to inspect the facility with the OFS and some responders and their leadership. We're going to walk through the plan so they're familiar with it and they're familiar with the designs and considerations. They're going to do a trial run by running out potential equipment. And then there might be some final tweaks at that point that I would consider minor in nature based on those site observations before we go operational. And that would inevitably be signed off, for lack of better terms, by the OFS.
But nothing's been signed off on yet, correct?
Not to this point, no.
Okay. No. The environmental impact study completion. So staff say your environmental impact study is incomplete and must be finalized later to prove no negative impact to significant wetlands, significant woodlands, natural heritage system core area, and the diverted water course. What unresolved impacts remain and why should zoning proceed first?
Thank you, Councillor, and through the chair. So to this point, the city's comments were resolved to the point on our environmental impact study that they were okay for the zoning application. The site plan application gets a little more granular just on the specific designs for the diversion, like exactly how have you designed this, what are the flow calculations, so on and so forth. But from a land use planning perspective, there's nothing further that's needed on that report to inform the zoning decision.
Okay. Stormwater or groundwater protection gaps. So your stormwater plan relies on an impervious geomembrane, but excludes the substation area. Can you explain the contamination pathway in that excluded area and commit to baseline well sampling, ongoing and monitoring and compensation if required?
Thank you, Councillor Kelly. So for this one, the substation really outside of the main power transformers does not have contaminants. There's steel equipments mounted in the air. The transformer itself has fully proven secondary containment as it is oil filled. So the transformers in the center of the substation do have secondary containment as they have potential contaminants in them. The rest of the equipment does not. As far as the comment as regards to benchmarking and baselining local residential wells, I'm pretty confident that we will be acceptable to that concept. I don't want to just say flat out just yes this instance. We've reviewed this preliminary with the team, and I do believe it's something we will be conducting.
And in terms of the liability insurance that you mentioned the other night at the meeting, there's a lot of concerns about groundwater and well contamination. Do you think your liability insurance would cover that, or can you explain to the committee what you expect your liability insurance will cover?
So our liability insurance policies are very large. As Jeff had mentioned previously, Brookfield's one of the largest renewable energy developers, if not the largest on earth. We're very large, very comprehensive insurance package with, leading insurance companies. Our policy is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It covers excess liabilities that are resultant from the battery sites. If there is a liability that arises on a property neighboring or in the area that is a direct cause of the battery facility, South March Best, it is inevitably Brookfield Renewables liability as the owner of the project to remediate that liability.
But does that liability extend to neighboring properties?
It would extend to properties that could be affected.
Does anyone else have questions?
I asked, you're doing such a great job. I thought they'd let you continue.
Okay. Be it for now.
If there's one piece I'll leave you with, again, if you have inquiries, please raise them to us. We are all ears and want to hear your concerns. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair. Thank you very much to the delegation. Appreciate the opportunity to pose the questions to you. Scott, you are up next, followed by Paul Brown, and then Tanya or Tonya, and you can correct me when you give your delegation, followed by Stephanie Wild. So Scott, you're next.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Thank you for having us here for such an extended period. I am a homeowner here living in Dunrobin. Lived through a couple of disasters, flooding, tornadoes. A lot of what I was going to talk about today has already been talked about, and really, kudos to everybody that's spoken ahead of me. Really nailed to the point, even to the depth of certain things that I don't think I would have gotten to. So I'm just going to go kind of high level down my list. There's a few things that I'm going to talk about in each thing. So the land use incompatibility, that's been again and again and again, but it just doesn't make sense that we're putting an industrial facility in a rural area adjacent to residential and agricultural properties. The hydro corridor is extensive, and there are many other areas in the city that would be better suited as far as geology and infrastructure, and provide just as good access to the hydro corridor. So that one really surprised, that caught me right off guard from the get-go. It's true that Brookfield is quite a large company. Originally, it came up as Evolution, who didn't have much of a track record behind them at all. So I think that change was a bit of a big one for everybody looking at this project over the last few years. So clearly they do know what they're doing, which brings into question why the proposal is left in draft form, why there are documents that reference incorrect. Like there's one document that references the Trail Road site, even though this is the South March site. And other oversights that have been identified by residents of the community, professionals in their own right, but not the people that were paid to produce these documents. So it doesn't appear that there was a sort of an extensive review phase of these documents before applying to the city. Noise impacts from the noise memo were calculated in ideal conditions, didn't take into account future projected climate change, and likely the highest noise will come at the highest temperatures when there's the largest draw on the system. So I don't think that many of the assessments that were done prior to the application were done in the worst situation condition, were done in ideal conditions. From the emergency response plan, it acknowledges that thermal runaway cannot be extinguished and monitor, contain, protect exposures. I've watched the video from SunGrow and the Titan module. Looks like a solid unit, but they don't mention the ambient temperature, 11 kilometer per hour wind speed, ideal conditions for a fire, if we're talking. So doesn't take into consideration significant winds, which we have seen at multiple times through the year. And talking about grid resiliency, most of our issues are to do with delivery of electricity, not about storage or quantity of electricity. So I do appreciate that there's been some talk about the units being essentially a UPS for our area. That's great, but if we're experiencing some sort of weather event, wires are down, they're going to be useless to us. The stormwater pond, useful, but in a firefighting situation, potentially hundreds of thousands or millions of liters of water will need to be contained until it's tested and before it's released. And there's no details about who's going to be authorizing the release, how it's going to be trucked away, that kind of stuff if it is contaminated. I see I've got a minute left. The facility is unstaffed, so there's no talk about unstaffed automated fire protection. They've clearly got water on site, but there's no sort of automated systems to, the units contain sort of fixed fire retardants, it would appear, but it doesn't appear that as far as initiating water flow early and starting that cooling process, that there's anything happens like that. 30 seconds. Groundwater, we've talked about. Track record, clearly Brookfield's a big company. They've got a good track record. Safer alternatives, talked about a little bit. I'd be much happier seeing this connected directly to renewable energy. Obviously, that's not the part of the project. This is a rush to get some money from ISCO and the contracts, and this is potentially really lucrative for Brookfield. They've given us about 5 million back. I don't know if we'll ever find out how much they'll make from it, but it's probably in the hundreds to just shy of $1 billion over the 25-year operation. Anyways, I'm at zero time. Thank you for your time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. And I'm not seeing any questions for you, so thank you very much for virtually delegating today. Next is Paul Brown.
Yes, good afternoon. Everybody can hear me? I'm having some connectivity issues.
It's always good to hear another Brown. We can hear you good.
All right, thank you. Hey, appreciate your guys' time. My name is Paul Brown. I work with Energy Safety Response Group. We're going to be working with Brookfield on this project. We're fire and safety consultants when it comes to battery storage systems. We are experts throughout the energy storage industry, supporting design, testing, permitting, training, and emergency response, hazardous mitigation analysis as well. We're firefighters or former firefighters. I retired from the fire service with 25 plus years. Just to get back a little bit to ESRG and testing, we've been able to do over 300 to medium large scale tests. So obviously we're able to use that information to share with the industry and to share with fire departments. And another layer of safety, there's several layers of safety I want to touch on as well, and you guys have already, but I'll just do it briefly. The hazardous mitigation analysis, which is required from the International Fire Code, as well as National Fire NFPA 855. So that layer of safety is built in there to ensure everything is followed correctly as far as mandates and codes and standards. When you look at, and Carl briefly talked about it, when you look at UL 9540, 9540A, which is testing, that's done all the way down to the cell level. So you have a cell which is a little bit bigger than a AA battery. So they test those for propagation from the cell level to the module level, and all that's done, and that will be attached to your HMA, your hazardous mitigation analysis. Another layer of safety in there is your NFPA 72, which is your fire protection systems, your smoke detectors, your heat detectors, your gas detectors. We start getting into other NFPA codes and standards we have to follow when it comes to 6869, which deals with deflagration. So as Carl alluded to, during the testing process, they want to see what it does from a mitigation standpoint, from a thermal runaway standpoint, from a deflagration standpoint. And all that is followed and documented and then obviously shared. Then we get into the emergency response plan, the other layer. That's working side by side, hip to hip, obviously with Brookfield and the Ottawa Fire Service. We've already done some training and we'll continue to do that with Ottawa Fire Service to ensure that they have all their questions answered. Inside that ERP, we build what's called a subject matter expert, and that individual will his name, him or her, their name will be inside the ERP. So I refer to it as a 3 a.m. So they can get a hold of somebody. The fire service can get a hold of somebody if something goes wrong at 3 a.m. Keep it simple. This individual's name, this number, you give them a call, and they can help you mitigate it or help you work through the problem. We start looking at the actual enclosure itself. It has what's called a battery management system. Each enclosure has that BMS, and it's monitored 24/7, all the way down to that cell level, like I was talking about earlier. So as far as like the voltage, the current, the state of charge, they can see that 24/7, and they know if there's an issue or problem, they can shut that down remotely. They can send a technician there. Once again, I'm just kind of beating up the layers of safety that are applied when it comes to energy storage systems. It pays attention to the temperature as well, and to ensure it's at the correct state of charge, and it's constantly monitored and observed. So in conclusion, with ESRG, we understand energy storage systems are heavily regulated. They require extensive testing and certification with mandates, multiple layers. They have required active and passive protection mechanisms, and will continue to work, like I said, with the local fire department, with Ottawa Fire Service. And when we get closer to commissioning, I refer to it as boots on the ground. We'll come out and we'll do boots on the ground. We'll do walkthroughs. We'll ensure that everything is polished up to exactly the way the Ottawa Fire Service wants it. And then obviously as authority having jurisdiction, they'll do the finalization, if you will. They'll sign off on it. So like tweaking little things like, hey, you know what, we feel this is a better staging area than what you guys have in your ERP currently. And then obviously we'll clean that up. We'll make sure that's accurate, and we'll get it back to them for finalization. I have about 50 seconds left. That's basically all I have. I just want to kind of briefly go over that. I know you guys have talked about some really good in-depth safety features already throughout the past several hours. So thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you very much, Paul. I'm not seeing any questions, so thank you very much for delegating today. Tonya, you're next, and then followed by Stephanie Wild.
Good afternoon. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. These are some things that have been covered that I'm going to talk about, but I'll just reiterate what's going on. I live next to the Moss Landing Best fire disaster in California. It's coming up 1 year since that fire. In that time, nothing has been resolved. No real testing of our wells, soil, or health has been done, nor any information provided to this community. We've asked the best owner, the Environmental Protection Agency, and Department of Toxic Substance for what is in the ash. Just something as basic as that, what the composition is of it, that's been sitting there since last January. We've not received this information. That information would be an extremely important thing to know to address our health problems. We have many community members have lots of health problems from this disaster. There are many things that we've discovered that seem to be quite telling. These are just a few things that I'd like your municipality to just think about before this BESS is allowed. And I'm not saying that Brookfield is a problem by any means. We are not against energy storage. We are against the health problems, the not the health problem, the safety problems with lithium-ion battery storage. One of the fires happened in January and February of this year. Cleanup did not begin until this September. And we're told now at this point that it's going to be up to 2 years before that's complete. The contamination that is there is allowed to continuously poison the environment and the community for 2.5 years. That's totally unacceptable. BESS systems are designed to produce for 20 years. I think I may have heard something about this one that is proposed up there is designed for 25 years. Yet these facilities are failing at 4 to 5 years. If you look at all of the BESS facilities that are in use today throughout the United States, Canada, the world, they seem to be failing at 4 to 5 years. One of the reasons may be something that the fireman that was talking about earlier, that was talking before me, was talking about the state of charge. The state of charge, if they're allowed to go under that percentage or over that percentage, the facility makes more money. And this could potentially break down the batteries. That information of the state of charge needs to be available to your municipality real time, 24 hours a day, every single day. After these BESS systems, after the 20 years, or if there is a failure, what's the company required to do to bring the land use back to its exact original state and ensure there is no contamination? The industry does say that there will never be another Moss Landing because they do not put all the batteries in a single building. But the industry is not saying that the toxins are the same. The toxins are still there. It's just at a smaller area. There will be incidents. They can't tell you that there will not be incidents. There's always going to be a failure. It's not going to be the size of Moss Landing, thank God for everybody, but there is going to be an incident. The industry telling you that your energy cost will be reduced to the consumer, we have found not one area where a BESS has been installed that the energy costs have been reduced to the consumer. The industry uses a statement, if the grid goes down, the power will be supplied by BESS. Again, if the grid goes down, extremely misleading, because if the grid goes down, the grid is down. A backup system isn't going to do a damn thing for you. If there is need for additional backup energy, the BESS is designed to provide power for 4 hours. What happens in 4 hours and 1 minute? How many times has the Ottawa area actually needed the additional 4 hours of backup energy in the past 10
Your
years
time
that you
has
know of?
elapsed. I'll just ask that you wrap up.
I'll just tell you, thank you so much for letting me speak, and all the best luck to everyone.
Thank you very much for delegating today.
Thank you.
Stephanie Wild, you're our last delegate, and I believe you've been promoted on Zoom.
Hi there, thanks so much. My name is Stephanie Wild and I live in Kimburn within Ward 5. I'm against the rezoning and planned building of the battery energy storage solution at this proposed location. As delegates today in written submissions and at the previous ERAC meeting have voiced numerous concerns and backed them up with data about the technology, the process, the company, and the site. These constituents are counting on their city officials to carefully and thoughtfully challenge proposals like this one to ensure that the proper reviews take place with sufficient time to consider them. My main concern today is with the proposed location. Earlier this afternoon, Jennifer Hubbard gave some excellent examples of sites where a BESS had received limited opposition as the location could not be used for other purposes. However, for the Marchhurst location, putting a massive industrial site so close to ecologically significant wetlands, agricultural lands, and private wells has the potential for devastating consequences. What we haven't seen demonstrated is why this location is best suited, except that the landowner is willing to sell. The proposed location is far from fire services and first response resources that would be required in the event of an incident, and they're also far from where the energy needs to get to. While high power lines may be nearby, West Carleton has experienced enough power outages in recent years to know that without working lines, the stored energy can't be put to use. If this is a project that Ontario needs, that Ottawa needs to support energy storage, then that may be. But having a BESS project at all and having it in this location are not the same thing. It is imperative that the city not let the project move forward until a suitable location is found, and the Marchhurst location is not suitable. The risk to the land and the people far outweigh the potential benefits, and the land and the people are counting on you, our city councillors, to oppose this location. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your delegation. I'm not seeing any questions. Before we go to questions to staff, I'm going to ask the vice chair to read a motion in, and then I'll invite staff to the table to respond to some questions from the committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Whereas the Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee heard from a number of delegations at its meeting of December 1st, 2025, and several concerns pertaining to the proposed use of the land to permit a battery energy storage system were brought to the committee's attention. And whereas the necessary studies and reports are preliminary, contain errors, and are incomplete, whereas the proposed use is incompatible with the surrounding area, whereas the applicant has not demonstrated the proposed rezoning complies with the provincial policy statement, and whereas concerns with impacts to groundwater have not adequately been addressed, therefore be it resolved that the Agricultural and Rural Affairs Committee recommend council refuse an amendment to the zoning bylaw 2008-250 for part of 2555 Marchhurst Road and part of 2625 Marchhurst Road as shown in document 1 to permit a battery energy storage system as detailed in document 2. Number 2, approve the consultation details section of this report be included as part of the brief explanation and the summary of written and oral public submissions to be prepared by the office of the city clerk and submitted to council in the report titled Summary of Oral and Written Public Submissions for items subject to the Planning Act explanation requirements at the City Council meeting of December 10th, 2025, subject to submissions received between the publication of this report and the time of council's decision. That pursuant to the Planning Act subsection 3417, no further notice be given. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Questions to staff? We'll start with Councillor Kitts.
Thank you very much, Chair. I can appreciate why the community is concerned with the fact that the studies are not complete and that those are coming forward at the time of site plan. Can you explain sort of why the zoning has to come forward now and not maybe closer to when site plan is ready to be considered by staff?
Chair, I would say that the studies that were submitted were sufficient to determine if the project could proceed from a zoning perspective. We would look to the studies to be further refined through site plan control as to the how. So we felt that the studies that were provided could determine the footprint of the proposed development, the fact, it could proceed, but those site plan studies would refine the details of how it would proceed.
Chair, if I may add some additional context with respect to the timing, the applications, sometimes we get applications that come in separately, and sometimes for zoning and site plan, and sometimes they come in concurrently. In this case, the application for zoning was deemed complete in advance of the site plan application, and we are obligated to process it within the timelines outlined by the Ontario Planning Act.
Okay, and further to build off what Mr. Brown said, you're confident that where we're at in the process, the zoning can proceed, even though they're not coming forward concurrently. Like, would you have preferred to see them come forward together?
Chair, I think the comments that we've heard from the public is that it's nice to have the full package of information, but it is certainly not uncommon for a zoning to be dealt with in advance of a site plan. It's there are different levels of information, and as Mr. Brown indicated, I'm quite confident that the level of information for zoning is available to us today. Hence the recommendation from staff to proceed, and that additional details of a technical nature will be dealt with, the how, if you will be dealt with through the site plan control.
Okay, thank you. I do have some questions for Ottawa Fire, but before I turn my questions to them, I just was wondering if there was anything that was shared by any of the delegations that you wanted to comment on specifically. I know there was a lot. We've been here for a while, but no.
Chair, I would say we took, I took a lot of notes about various issues that came up. We were sending messages to our reviewing engineers who are on the file, our environmental planner who's on the file, informing them of some of the feedback that we received at the meeting today. And that will help inform our review of plans and studies through site plan control.
Okay, thank you. Hi, Chief Hutt. Thank you for being here today to answer our questions. Noted in the report that you did have some initial feedback on the emergency response plan that was incorporated. So I was just going to invite you to comment on sort of what feedback you gave into that.
Thank you, Chair, through you. And just before I start that, it was recognized that I am here with my colleagues. We have Deputy Chief Colleen Woolsey in charge of fire prevention. We have our Chief of Safety, Jerry Gill, and we also have our Fire Service Engineer, Al Evans. So I wanted the team to be here today to hear the delegations, just to share as well with committee that we're taking this matter very seriously. But I do have a team of experts behind me. So if we start to get technical, I might call one of those members up to help answer the question. But regarding the emergency response plan, I think the proponent explained it quite well. There was a plan submitted as part of the application process. But we've had constant dialogue with that team. We're also taking into consideration some of the dialogue from what we're hearing from residents as well when we're taking that into consideration. There's things such as originally there was supposed to be one access to the site. In speaking with the proponent, they're very favorable to have two access points to the site. So what you see today might not be the final version of what the final emergency response plan. And just for the confidence of committee, I want to share that it is very much work in progress. It looks fine on paper, but until we actually do trial runs, boots on the ground, test how the notification system works, actually have apparatus on scene, pumping water, doing different scenarios, we won't sign off until that actually comes to fruition. So I just wanted to share that with the committee.
Okay, thank you. But so far you're satisfied with the again, appreciating that this is work in progress. You're happy with the monitoring plan and the chain of command for notification in the event of an emergency?
Yeah, and we're from the proposal, yes, we are. Again, what we see today may not be final state once we do our testing and our analysis, but what we see, we are very confident. The proponent has taken our recommendations very seriously, and they have been working with us. We have had one training session to date as to what the facility looks like. Our chief of safety and our fire engineers looked at the design of the units themselves. We've looked at, the plume testing and the testing analysis, and the service is further analyzing, looking at the data. But we're very comfortable with other fire mechanisms that are unseen as well, like the on-site fire water, for us to help in the event of the rare case. I can't sit in front of you to say that there's never going to be an event, but it's all about prevention. It's about making sure that we're ready in case there is an event, looking at worst scenario.
Okay, thank you. And I'll just ask the same question I asked to staff. Was there anything that was shared in any of the delegations that you wanted to comment on specifically?
Delegations were very meaningful today, and we have received a lot of correspondence. So nothing in particular from today, but I do want to advise the committee that we have been reading, the documentation, and some of it's very interesting because we look at it and we think we're fine, and there's some ideas and suggestions that we're like, yeah, that's a good idea, and we'll take that into consideration. So nothing specific, but I do want all the delegates to know that we are reading the information that is being shared.
Okay, thank you very much. It's I guess interesting to hear how this continues to evolve. I'll share what I shared the last time we were considering this file, is that, I do have great empathy for the residents because this is so new. And I think when anything new comes forward, there's a lot of sort of real fear. And that's what we're hearing from the delegations. So, I can definitely appreciate that from a community perspective. I think eventually this will become, it is not going to be new and it will become more commonplace, but to be sort of one of the first, I definitely have great empathy for that. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. And before I go to the Vice Chair, I'm just going to top Councillor Kitts up a little bit. Chief, one of the delegates has indicated that we lack the proper equipment to fight an event if it was to occur at the best. So could you talk about the type of equipment we have, the technology available, and either what we have or what we need to acquire?
Thank you, Chair, for that question. Ottawa Fire Services is well equipped. We talk about this all the time. 80% of our areas in rural area, which is unwatered, we're Superior Tanker Shuttle accredited. So be it a structure fire or a major incident in the rural area, we're very capable and competent and with the tools and equipment that we have to handle that on an ongoing basis. On top of that, we have career members as well as part-time volunteers. So we have a cachet of 1,500 trained and skilled staff that would and could respond to this incident. And while I have the floor, we have a technical hazmat team, 1 of 5 across the province of Ontario. So we're very fortunate to have that skill set in our backyard. So as of now, there is no additional special equipment or training or equipment that we need other than site specific to that facility.
Thank you very much. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much, Chair. In terms of the staff report, it repeatedly says that key mandatory documents are preliminary and will be finalized later at site plan control. If the official plan requires zoning to be based on those studies, how is this zoning not premature?
Mr. Chair, certainly the documents that are required through what the OP says need to be provided by the proponent and were. There's always a level of, and I'm going to repeat myself a little bit here, if something can proceed versus how it can proceed. It's not uncommon that, if I use, say, for instance, the environmental impact statement, that it's proved that the facility can be installed on site, but further review and getting into the details of the EIS is required to, confirm the permit for the relocation of the water course, for instance, or getting into those technical details that would allow site plan control to be issued with conditions that need to be cleared before the actual construction could begin.
Thank you. We've heard a lot about groundwater vulnerability, and obviously the concerns about this are heightened right now, given the summer we just had. A lot more people are thinking about their groundwater and the health of their well, and you know, taking for granted that decent water comes out of our taps. This site does sit on top of a highly vulnerable aquifer. Staff's response is that it will need to be demonstrated as, you know, that can be mitigated at site plan control. But how can council confirm provincial planning statement water protection consistency at zoning without that proof?
Sorry about that. We're just deciding who was going to answer that. With respect to protecting the highly vulnerable aquifer, at the zoning level, we have asked for the hydrogeological study, the geotechnical study, so we have an understanding of what's there. And they have identified that there are ways of protecting the aquifer in the event of catastrophe, essentially, or an emergency situation where there are contaminants released into the ground surface water. So they have identified that there are ways of doing that. And again, trying not to be too repetitive, but through the site plan control, we will be looking for a level of detail that does identify how that will happen. We will take securities as part of any site plan approval to require them to install things as per our review and approval of their plans and studies. After that, hopefully there is a longevity to those facilities that are installed that do result in the protection of the facility. In the event of an emergency or a catastrophe at the site, that'll have to be something that is specifically dealt with through some monitoring. And again, that'll be something between Chief Hutt and the emergency response and how that works out, as well as how we review it from the groundwater and surface water review, how that will be mitigated in the event of a disaster.
These are preliminary currently.
They're sufficient for zoning. I hate to say they're preliminary because they did provide information. They're not the final documents that we would approve for a site plan.
Commissioning and decommissioning plan seems to be a bit of a contradiction there. Section 4.12, policy 8, subsection B, clause 5 of the official plan requires a commissioning and decommissioning plan to inform zoning. Yet staff state this plan is not reviewed or approved through Planning Act applications and no securities are required. How does council assess long-term land use compatibility without binding decommissioning security?
Chair, from our understanding, there are avenues for the decommissioning to be secured for at other levels of government. The proponent has expressed a willingness to talk about decommissioning requirements from the municipality. That's something we would explore through the site plan control process, and we haven't finalized what that will look like, but the proponent has, I believe, heard the concerns of the community and the concerns from the city, and are looking to further explore what can be done through the various agreements at the municipal level, be it the community benefits agreement that would be separate from the planning process or through the site plan agreement.
Thank you. So one thing that always gets me as a city councilor, particularly sitting on the planning and housing committee, is the rezoning of property. Zoning is so important. It helps people decide where they're going to live, how they're going to use their properties. So how can rezoning a parcel from rural countryside to rural general industrial possibly fit in an area that is currently rural countryside, meant to preserve rural character and natural heritage?
So there are provisions within the rural countryside provisions of the official plan and also within the provincial policy statement, that in areas that aren't specifically identified for things like resource protection for heritage, sand and gravel resources, agricultural resource areas, that there are opportunities to allow for commercial, industrial, and other uses that are in keeping with the character of the rural area, in this case, rural countryside policies. So we do have policies that do allow for industrial and commercial uses in rural countryside area. I'm not sure how much more detail you want me to speak to that, but it is something that is permitted. And our official plan does identify that in the rural area, there's 2 designations that can allow for principal best facilities. One is the rural countryside, and the other is the rural industrial and logistics areas. The rural industrial and logistic areas are really designed as employment lands, and a best facility is not an employment use except during construction or potentially decommissioning. It's not a day-to-day employer.
Couple questions for our fire chief. Thank you, Chief Hutt, for being here and for being involved in the conversation. Just at a high level, given that fires discussed a lot when it comes to these types of projects and the relative newness of the technology, that's probably not a real word, but what's the difference between a house fire and a best fire?
A house fire and a best fire, what's the difference? There's not one fire that's the same. I'll start with that. There's no house fire that's the same. Actually, that's a good question. When you look at a house fire, you look at a lot of residential aspects of things, but even in our residential homes today, one of the delegates today actually depicted it very well, is that we're seeing all this technology in our residential homes, battery energy storage systems in residential houses. You have charging units for your EV vehicles in residential homes. So every fire has to be approached based on the circumstances. With the best facility, what we do have is we do have that prevention. We have that pre-planning. We know what we're dealing with. We know what the technology is. We have an emergency response plan. And from a residential fire, you're showing up a lot of the times you don't even know. You don't know if they have solar panels on the roof, which is a hazard. You don't know if they have a battery system in their basement as well. So there are differences, but from a confidence level, a best facility or an industrial facility where we're able to have a pre-plan, we know what the emergency response plan is. We're better informed when we cross situations like that.
So there are differences, and I'm assuming that when you or your teams send their firefighters to potential, well, let's say you were sending a team to a fire at a battery energy storage system, what different considerations would those people be making, different equipment being used? Are there differences between the response that we would see?
There would be differences in the response for sure. And for example, the best that is being proposed, the industry standard is to actually let that container burn out, let it burn hot and fast and quick, which disperses when you look at the plume analysis, it's if you let it burn, we're not going to add water to it. If you add water to it, you're just going to aggravate that. You're going to have a longer lingering event. So at a structure fire, you would show up and you apply water to put it out. So I think that's the importance of all the fire testing that is going on, the plume analysis. But just so everybody is clear, at a facility of this nature, we're not adding water. We are cooling any exposure element, and we're going to mitigate that one unit. And when you look at the testing results, it's been very positive that it's contained within that unit itself without any propagation or exposure to other units.
Well, thank you very much for clarifying that, Chief. Residents were told at the open house 6 days ago, and I quote, that a best fire is no different than a structure fire. So do appreciate the fact that you're here to clarify that today. And my last question for staff has to do with, you know, the current stage of this planning and process that we are at. Your report confirms that site plan control is delegated to staff, and all the research I've done indicates that we cannot revoke that delegated authority from you based on provincial legislation. So if zoning is approved now while mandatory studies remain drafts, what meaningful control does council retain on a massive project in my ward?
Yeah, the councillor is correct, Chair, that through legislative changes at the provincial level, site plan control now is delegated to staff. Legal could speak to that if necessary, but that is indeed the case. Staff certainly commit to, as per our consultation process, once the site plan control application is deemed complete, all the plans and studies related to that particular planning application will be posted publicly on the DevApp site. We'll continue to receive submissions, whether it be from the ward councillor, members of the public, anyone that wants to weigh in. And of course, our subject matter experts as part of our planning team that we were asked about earlier will all be weighing in on and have weighed in on that site plan control application and will continue to do so. Staff will, getting a little bit into the process here, but staff through this the site plan approval will issue a series of conditions that must be fulfilled by the applicant before they can put a shovel in the ground. And we will diligently ensure that they do so before any commence work is issued for them to proceed.
Happy to hear that. And that kind of leads me into, sorry, I thought that was my last question, but Adam provided the seed for another one. The idea of a holding provision, let's say this goes if and when council was to pass the zoning, let's say hypothetically we put a holding symbol on that until site plan was completed or until some of the really important studies were finalized and approved by OFS. Can you talk to me about, or all of us about whether or not there's precedent for such a thing? Like, is that something that happens somewhat regularly at the City of Ottawa through the planning process?
On occasion, a holding provision might be put in place. Sometimes staff will recommend a holding provision be put in place. A recent example, if you will, of the best at the Trail Road location, a holding provision was recommended by staff and approved by council to be put in place. And that was specific to a lease agreement being signed between the city and the proponent on the city lands. So that is a recent example. In the case of putting a holding provision through the approval of studies for site plan approval, that it's kind of a belt and suspenders approach, if you will, in which those plans and studies need to be approved through site plan control anyway. But it is, and I could defer to our legal counsel, but a holding provision could be theoretically possible, from my understanding, be put in place that wouldn't put the zoning in full force in effect until the hold was lifted.
Thank you very much, staff. Thank you very much, Chair. That's all the questions I have.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Councillor Skalski.
Thanks. I just had a couple of questions. So one, so delegates describe sort of the precedent-setting nature of this decision. And I just wanted to check in and see whether that's true. Have we ever approved a site of this sort of scale on rural countryside before? And maybe just elaborate a little bit if that is in fact true, like in what ways is this precedent setting?
Certainly we have had one previous BESS application, as I'm sure members of AROC will be aware, that came to the November meeting. It was a smaller scale BESS and a different type of location. But that did go through on consent and was approved by council. So this would be our second BESS zoning bylaw amendment application. The way our zoning bylaw is written, any BESS would require a zoning bylaw amendment to be approved through council. There is no area right now where it's as of right. So from a precedent or significant point of view, I mean, there's different types of applications that come through. Sometimes small scale industrial nature is permitted in the rural countryside, and we do occasionally get zoning bylaw amendments of that nature. But this would be fairly unique as BESS is a relatively new technology.
What about the scale?
Yeah, that's a great point. So as Cheryl just whispered in my ear, the new official plan speaks to limited industrial when it comes to pure industrial type uses in the rural countryside. It says small scale, I believe, are the actual words. So certainly any industrial use in the rural countryside would be smaller, would require to be smaller scale. However, BESS installations do have their own section of the OP in 4.12 that allow them to proceed in the rural countryside, as Cheryl so well explained earlier.
Thank you. I have one more question, and so it's sort of like the groundwater question, but a little bit different. So some of the delegates raised the proximity to the water recharge areas in an aquifer. And I'm wondering how are water recharge areas considered in land use decisions, or are they even considered in land use decisions?
So this particular area is not identified in the source protection documentation as significant groundwater recharge area. It is identified as the highly vulnerable aquifer though. So it is susceptible potentially to contamination, but it doesn't substantially add to the ground aquifer in terms of water quantity. I'll put it that way. As a non-hydrogeologist. So when we are looking at groundwater recharge, protection of the groundwater aquifers, and also surface water to a certain extent, they are a consideration definitely in our review of applications. The official plan does direct us to look to protect those through mainly best management practices. We don't have implementation policies through our source protection approvals at this point to put it into sort of regulation. So it is something we do look for in terms of things we consider as the water balance. How much water are they taking out of the ground? How much is the development of the site still able to allow the groundwater or the surface water to go into the groundwater to allow for that recharge? So it is something that is taken into consideration through the review of hydrogeological assessments and the geotechnical reports, as well as stormwater management. So hopefully that answers it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Kitts.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for getting back on the board. Just to follow up on my previous questions, I think this is probably a question for Evolution, but I am wondering why the zoning came forward when it did. I don't know if staff can answer that, or if Evolution would be willing to come back up to the mic.
From a staff perspective, Derek kind of alluded to when an application is deemed complete, the clock starts ticking for us to bring it forward to committee and council. So it's our goal to bring such files once deemed complete forward within 90 days to you folks at ARAC and council. As far as the timing from a business perspective or what have you, yeah, that might be a better question for the proponent if they're able to speak to it.
Thank you.
I just ask that you keep it brief, Carl.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Very much in line with what Mr. Brown had just mentioned here. The only other part I'll add is that we're getting pretty far into the process, and we do have alignment with the ISO on the target and service date. And not to say we're short, we've been working with the city in their process and their timeframes, but we do, in essence, to maintain our projects in service and date, need to get through the next critical milestones after the last year and a half we've been on these files.
Okay, so could you just explain, I guess, why the zoning and the site plan couldn't come forward together?
The zoning file, we were at a point where we weren't really getting what they called deficiencies on the zoning application. And we had resolved all the comments at that point, and our files deemed complete. Site plan had more comments that need to be resolved just from a pure technical standpoint, not a land use planning.
Okay. I appreciate from sort of a business case perspective why it would make sense to move forward. I do, again, appreciate the community perspective on that, and that perhaps some of the concerns raised would have been lessened if we were seeing the full package, which is why I wanted to ask you about it again. If a holding symbol was to be put on, the zoning would have to be approved, correct? We would have to approve the zoning and then approve a holding symbol.
It would be, when a holding symbol is approved, it's approved through the council approval of the zoning. So it would be part of any exception that would be put on a property. The holding symbol would be added to the zoning, and an explanation of what the owner would have to do to lift the hold would be entered into the zoning bylaw at the same time of the approval of a zoning bylaw by council.
Okay. I'll just say, I think that's an interesting idea. I'll let the ward councilors explore that, but I would be supportive of tying the zoning to the site plan in this case, just for the community to have a more fulsome picture of what we're considering. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Are there any other questions to staff? All good. All right, staff, thank you very much. Thank you to the delegates for coming back to the table. Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to keep this focused on the decision in front of us. This is not a vote on whether battery energy storage is a useful technology. It certainly can be. I have said that publicly many times. I have supported battery energy storage locations where the land use fit was right and where the public had a fair chance to review a complete, credible proposal. In fact, I did so just today. I will also remind you once again that I was the first Ottawa City Councillor to ever bring a motion to provide an MSR for a battery energy storage system, so I'm certainly not opposed to the technology. But today we're voting on something narrower, but more important. Whether this specific zoning bylaw amendment for Marchurst Road meets the city's planning rules, protects rural Ottawa, and reflects a fair process for the people who will live beside this facility. After everything we've seen and heard, I cannot support this amendment. First, it is my firm belief that the zoning request is premature under our own official plan. The city's official plan contains a specific policy for private principal battery energy storage facilities. It says zoning provisions must be established based on a review of key evidence, a noise control study, an environmental impact study, fire protection and emergency response plans satisfactory to Ottawa Fire Services, and a commissioning and decommissioning plan. Staff have acknowledged in this very report that those core documents are not complete at zoning and will be updated and finalized later through site plan control. The noise control study is not final. The environmental impact study is described as initial and under review, and the emergency response and hazardous materials are treated as living drafts. Colleagues, when it comes to zoning, I think in a case like this, it must be based on final reviewed evidence, not on a promise that evidence will come later. This is not an apartment building. We are not talking about where the garbage or the bike rack goes. Second, once we pass zoning, council loses all of its leverage on the file. Staff have clearly stated that today, that site plan control decision is delegated to staff and does not return to committee or council. So if we zone today, while the mandatory studies are unfinished, we are effectively giving away our strongest land use control over noise, water course feasibility, groundwater protection, natural heritage impacts, and a detailed emergency response. Third, the public consultation process has been inadequate for a proposal of this scale. Residents have raised again and again that key documents were missing or posted late, and staff have confirmed that important materials were added after circulation began, which includes the preliminary noise work. Consultation is not a box to check, and it's not about minimum timelines for me. It's about whether people had a real opportunity to examine the full technical case before decisions are locked in. On this file, I do not believe they had that opportunity. Fourth, the provincial procurement and on-site selection process that brought us here was unfair to rural Ottawa and to the residents of West Carleton March. The staff report confirms that the city was not part of selecting the site. The independent electricity system operator procurement created a narrow delivery requirement along transmission corridors, and proponents then searched quickly for rural parcels in that corridor. I believe this is backwards planning. It puts speed and commercial deliverability ahead of land use fit, rural character, and early local consent. I have said publicly from the outset that this is not how a major industrial infrastructure project should be landed in a rural Ottawa community. And when residents were looking for answers, I hosted an open house information session and invited the independent electricity system operator to attend. They refused. So the very body that drove the commercial logic and the location pressure behind this project did not show up to face the community when it was requested and required. You can't build social license like that, not in any community, and especially not in rural Ottawa. Fifth, opposition here is broad, credible, and rooted in rural land use protection. This is not one or two neighbors. The local chapter of the Ontario Federation of Agriculture is opposed because this proposal industrializes a working rural landscape and sets a precedent that rural lands are the path of least resistance for provincial energy procurement. Friends of the Carpills is also opposed. When our leading rural agricultural organization and a long-standing natural heritage stewardship group are aligned in opposition, we should treat that as a serious warning about compatibility, not dismiss it. Finally, this is the wrong place for an industrial scale facility. Staff justify rural countryside largely through the proximity to transmission and by noting the facility will not have employees when it is running. But rural countryside is not a default industrial catch basin because use is light on jobs. It is a protected rural landscape, and the burden is on the applicant to prove compatibility with final evidence, and that evidence is not before us today. I want residents to know that this is something I've been consistent on at day one. I supported battery energy storage as a concept, but I have opposed this proposal because of its location, its scale, and the unfair process that pushed it here. This has been my position publicly, and it remains my position today. This has been a long road for the community. People have shown up, they have written in, they have organized, they have asked for basic protections that the official plan itself requires. They deserve a decision that respects that effort and respects our planning rules. For all of those reasons, I will be voting no on this zoning bylaw amendment, and I encourage my committee colleagues to do the same. Thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chair. All of you who have come out today, thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Chair. And I'd like to echo the Vice Chair's comments. Your community is engaged on this quite a bit, and we do appreciate that you've come out again to talk to us on this. You are heard. Even though sometimes you may feel frustrated, I can promise you that those on this side of the table also often feel frustrated. So we are one of you. We live in our own communities, and we do our best to represent the views of our communities every day when we show up for work. So thank you very much for coming. I'd also like to thank staff. Larger committee meetings such as this are a challenge to organize and run efficiently, and I think we've done a great job today. So thank you very much to the staff team and our experts who've come today, Chief, your deputy chiefs and the team there. Always good to see them come out to committee. And to Derek, Adam, Jazz, and the rest of the team, thank you very much to the planning department. So thank you very much. I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on the Vice Chair's motion to refuse this application. I'll just state that Councillor Luloff had to step away to tend to a family matter, so he won't be voting on this today.
Councillor Kitts.
No.
Councillor Skalski.
Yes.
Vice Chair Kelly.
Yes.
Chair Brown.
Yes.
3 yeas, 1 nay.
Thank you. So the committee recommendation to refuse this application will rise to council on December 10th. Thank you very much for coming today. I will note that there is no open mic portion today because this was a special meeting. However, are there any notices of motions? No, none. Any inquiries? Seeing none. Our next meeting is just around the corner, Thursday, December 4th, where we'll be discussing ARAC's portion of the 2026 city budget. And then our next meeting will be December 17th, which is a special joint meeting with the Planning and Housing Committee. With that, we stand adjourned. Thank you very much.